Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, September the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Just a couple of yeses. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and see me or see the screen and hear me in the main room. Maybe a couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen in our YouTube room. That'll help me. Thank you. So, what's happening as usual in the pre-market? Now, it's funny. I've been looking at this path as a potential short, guys. Yeah, obviously interesting news. UiPath to UiPath to partner with OpenAI, and they had Nvidia. They had Nvidia in their press release also, something to do with India. Ton of shares available. 9.2 million available to short at Interactive Brokers. I've been kind of watching to see if it takes out 15. I'm not saying, yeah, because what a pop from 12 to right up to 16. I'm kind of watching to see how well it holds 15. Thank you, Dorf. Fix your stream here, Barry. Really? Fix it? Ah, there you go. Thank you. I thought I clicked on that. That's a cinema layout. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I got rid of it. I hope it's gone now. It might take a couple 8 seconds or so, but it should be gone now. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. Let's see. Ben, BENF. This is yeah. So those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under $1, this is BENF. Look at the volume, 93 million. Looks like this is sort of an earnings play after hours yesterday. CRE. Don't see any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. The CRE. A lot of volume again, 9.8 million. Let's see. The next level. Looks like there's right here, 130 is a high. 130 is a high, and after that, you have 208. Yeah, I see that, Obi. Yeah, so this was an IPO back here, not a good one at all. Got up to 855, and it's been cruising under $1 for the last several months. EPOW. Let's take a look at EPOW. You know what? I'd rather look at Wolf. So Wolf came out of Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I don't know if it was halted all day yesterday. It was halted a long time yesterday. But anyway, it emerged. Wolfspeed shares rally after the chip maker exits Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So there you go, up 30%. This is true. I mean, yesterday it looked like it was up about 1,500%, but this is true, I guess. The volume, the float, 25 million, not high, not low. I'm watching this path, guys. I mean, it's not that I think it's a bad press release or anything, but I mean, obviously the market's reacted extremely strongly to it. I keep thinking that it's still underneath the VWAP. I'm just keeping an eye on this 15 level. Potential short for me. The other thing I read, and I didn't see what I didn't see what companies they were talking about. It says SEC halts trading in these companies that have crypto treasury plans. How about that? Speaking of that, trying to make heads or tails out of this one. APDN. Applied DNA, which of course is nothing to do with crypto, but launches a $58 billion private placement to pivot to crypto treasury. So I wonder if this is one of these companies that they're looking at. Seriously. The original headline said it was worth 58 million, but it's launching at 58 billion. That's a B. private placement in pivot to crypto treasury. Sure. And that's APDN. SPRC, they spun off, I think, a cancer unit, they said. Jumps on a deal to spin off their cancer drug unit. So looking left, well, first of all, you have the 200-day moving average is 707. That's far enough away. And then the next high looking left is 892, but it is starting to drift down. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. AIIO. This appears to be this was yesterday. So yeah, it looks like this was I don't know, released earnings after hours yesterday. AIIO. Looks like they released earnings after hours yesterday. We don't have an earnings date for them, so I guess this is the reason for the jump for AIIO. Next high looking left is 281 on the daily. Couple of earnings plays that I do know about is definitely is Lamb Weston, LW. It's a good, shoot. When I first saw it, it was basically flat. It's up 7% now. It's through the 200-day moving average. So that's LW. That's a big move. Pretty big float, 141 million in the float. And the next high looking left is, well, it almost got there. Looks like around $60. It popped just above that high right there, guys. Yeah, in fact, it did get above that in the pre-market. That is Lamb Weston, LW. Another earnings play that some of us are familiar with is United Natural Foods, UNFI, UNFI. Another earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. UMAC. You guys were talking about UMAC a lot yesterday. Little continuation, not up a huge amount, but it's a nice continuation. Well, this will be the fourth day if it continues positive. Fourth day continuation for UMAC. UMAC. Don't see any news on it. Actually, I do see some news on it. Receives $12.8 million defense order. It's a drone play, of course. Okay. I'm always confused about these. NBY. So this is down a lot, okay? But it's a dividend play. They announced a dividend of 80 cents, which is basically the drop. So never quite understand these, but that's NBY, guys. It's a dividend. I guess it's a dividend play. So it's basically down the amount of the dividend. The other one that did a financing is Artel, ARTL, did a financing. Financing, it's right at the financing price, 440. Okay, 440. Make sure you're including pre and post market. That's the only thing I can think of. Edric, okay, when you right click on your single stock window, make sure you have include pre and post market. That's the only thing I can think of. Because mine isn't. So yeah, I think that's probably it. I don't know what time zone you're in, but that's probably it. Okay. IBG. Oh, good. I'm glad that was the answer or the solution. IBG, you're welcome. IBG now. Yeah, this was I was looking at this as a potential short either also, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Keep an eye on this path, guys. I mean, I'm jumping all over the place here, but I want to keep an eye on this. It's getting closer to that 15 level. So again, not that I think this is a bad press. Obviously, the market's reacting extremely well, but there may be over exuberance. And there's a ton of shares available, 9 million at Interactive Brokers available to short. Partners with Snowflake unit. So so it's partnering with a Snowflake unit, Cortex AI. Okay. Also, it had NVIDIA in the press release and OpenAI. I think this was under a dollar. No, just under was under a dollar. Stake STA. A lot of volume, 11 million, 2 million in the float. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on it. Popped after hours in the pre-market, got up to 149. It's right back down to a dollar though now. By the way, Pepe, I took your advice. I remember this time. We had I had the Windows update last night, and I rebooted 4 times just to make sure. Everything seems to be pretty good this morning. CRWG. Let's take a look at this one. CRWG. Okay, so I had a feeling this was it. So this is the long version, an ETF. How much volume? Great volume. So if you think, yeah, so if you think that CoreWeave, this is a CRWV, if you think it's going to keep moving higher, here's a way in which you can play it without having to buy the stock itself. There's an ETF designed specifically for it, way cheaper. Okay, definitely liquid enough. Now, remember, this is a 2-timer. So if CoreWeave, the stocks, drops a percent, this will drop 2%, just so you know. But if you have a little bit of, if you think CoreWeave is going to, it's a crazy looking chart. I'm hearing fly, guys, on the downside. Fly, FLY, Firefly Aerospace. Okay, let me see if there's any. Ooh, this is not good. Or Firefly explosion. Investors swatted. Yeah, okay. Firefly Aerospace early Tuesday after a section of the company's Alpha rocket exploded. Okay, excuse me. All right. Well, that's the reason for the fly dip. And actually, not a ton of volume though. Only 91,000 shares, and it's 52 million in the float. So it's a pretty big drop on that limited number of shares, in my opinion. I even see Hertz here, HTZ. HTZ. Retail expansion builds on collaboration with Amazon Autos, now available nationwide. Okay, so that's your news for Hertz, HTZ. Next high looking left. Well, it's above that high, of course. Well, it is not now, $7. So the next high looking left is 704. It did get up to 746 in the pre-market. Big float. I actually saw something about Peloton. I don't see Peloton anywhere, but read something about Peloton to launch new hardware, AI powered workouts, staging another turnaround effort to reinvigorate sales. So that's Peloton. Not that it's moving up. I just remember seeing a headline on it this morning. I thought I'd take a look. And so it had a bit of a jump to 890, but it's basically flat right now. Yeah, so Fly, there's certainly shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now I don't understand this. Let me see if this is a new, yeah, okay. So this is, I think, yeah, we had this one Yeah, so this what happened here. This stopped trading as Fly in 2021, and then it could have been a buyout. Don't know what happened back 4 years ago, but then what happened is these guys went public and decided, and they wanted this symbol. I'm assuming that's what's happened. They wanted this symbol. It was available, of course, because it stopped trading as Fly, whatever the company was before in 2021. And so I remember this now. So yeah, so this was an IPO back here, not that long ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5 weeks ago. All right. So yesterday the markets were, yeah, kind of, yeah, the Dow was up just a little bit. All I want to do now is take a look at, just want to keep looking at XLE and see. Yeah, remember I shorted that. It didn't work out that well. Well, it worked out modestly well for me. I think it was the SM. It was an energy short that I did. Energy stocks were, bit, but what happened is it just at the end of the day it took a little pop, and that kind of probably dragged SM up with it, and or SM was dragged up with this energy pop. But XLE still above the 200-day moving average. A little bit weak this morning. Energy stocks a little bit weak this morning. And every day, I wonder if XLV will eventually crack through again the 200-day moving average. Nope. And Staples, XLP, Staples, yeah, still drifting away from the 200-day moving average. Well, if you're asking me, Saban, if I'm going to tell you what to buy or sell, that doesn't happen. But for instance, what I was talking about earlier, I'll point out maybe an opportunity that I could take, and you have to make up your mind if it meets your trading style. I've been talking about Path, for instance, and I've got a price alert. And it may not happen at around 15. If it takes out 15, I'm going to take a hard look at going short on it. But I'm not telling you or anybody what to buy or sell. I'm not a financial advisor. I have to be very careful also what I say. So this is not a room in which I'm just going to tell you what to buy or sell. If that's, but you'll have other traders in the room. We'll be, tossing around ideas all day long. All depends on your trading style too. One thing I also do is I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Now, I may make an exception to Path breaks down through 15, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a day trader too. Most of the people in this room are. It's an active room. I'm always looking for stocks trading abnormally. So, are you new to trade ideas also, or just new in the trading room? Okay, so if you're new to trade ideas and you haven't done this, I don't know if you've done this, but if you haven't done this already, because trade ideas, you can design. I mean, again, I don't. If you're new to trading and new to trade ideas, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, and if you go down a little bit here and go to the education section, and I don't know if you've done this already, but if you haven't, please do this first. This is the getting started with trade ideas. Okay, eight or nine short videos to get you started. If you haven't done that already, at least get you understanding what the capabilities of trade ideas are. Okay, if you haven't done that already, you are very welcome, Siban. Yeah, this dividend play. I mean, oh, you've already done that. Okay. Well, how to use the AI? this is what I would do. If so you're a premium subscriber, I'm assuming? I've got some time, yeah, 9:20. So what I would do is this, click on new, and then hopefully you can see my screen. And I have 3 that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see, something like this. I wouldn't go to the channel. I think the channel is, this is too much going on. This is all I would look at. Okay. Notice there's nothing here yet. You will get no alerts until at least 9:40. That's by design. The other thing I would do, if you can see what I'm pointing at, the filter, the little box here that says none, yours probably will have checked profitable trades. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the trades all day long. Okay. Now, if there's no, how you use it is up to you. I mean, when I say how you use it, when you get an alert, doesn't mean you just automatically take the trade. Okay. But so that's what I'm saying. How you handle the AI alerts is completely up to you. So if you don't have that, whoops. So if you don't have that exit price column, I'm surprised you don't, but all these are column headers that you can add. Okay. And so if you right click in the body of the window and go down to columns, and here are all the columns you can have. Now, I don't know, I keep saying this for years. There's way too many, way too many. But anyway, the exit price, okay, or the stop price. Yeah, stop price. You want the stop price, okay? That's the suggestion to get out of a trade if it's not working. The stop price, okay. You can just so all you have to do is you left click on it, you highlight it, and then you click on that left arrow, and then it'll show up in this column, okay, or this row. Sorry, and then you'll see it up here. Okay. No, Holly's got nothing to do with your scanners, Terry. Or I'm sorry, Tem. Nothing to do with your scanners. Holly doesn't analyze your particular scanners. All right, 9:23, guys. So what I'm going to do now is get the layout I use once at 9:30. So give me a moment. As always, saving my layout. So again, this is what I use once the market opens. These are my three. These I just use races basically. I don't use any alert windows anymore. I use these races, these three races. This is the way. This is the race that you can find on my homepage. Just give me one moment. So this is interesting. BNF is not here anymore, but this is the pre-market actives up screen that you saw before. It's just limited now to the top 6. So there's the CRE. And again, somebody asked a couple of days ago, okay, because these are the top 6, does that mean we just take these trades right now? Of course, I shouldn't say of course not. I mean, all this is doing is identifying the stocks that are up the most right now in the pre-market with the filters that I've got. Doesn't mean they're going to continue. It just means, okay, these have been very active. Let's see what happens, once this market opens. Well, when 9:30 happens. So here's Wolf. Wolf, interesting. Wolf has shorts available. Very interesting. At Interactive Brokers, I did not think they would have, but they have 789,000 shares. Wolf, you can see, is sitting on the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, on the VWAP. Yeah. I mean, it emerged from Chapter 11. So, I mean, it's not like this is still a wonderful company, but at least they did it. They emerged from Chapter 11. I think we talked about all these other ones. So I see BENF has disappeared. Well, disappeared. It's obviously less than 28% up. What? Ah. Oh. I thought this was $66. Why isn't it showing up here? Again, I have a limit of $1 on these, so that's why it's not showing up here. Minimum of $1. Okay, so it's under $1 now. Again, for those of you who don't mind playing stocks under $1, you know, an incredible amount of volume. 100 million shares have traded. It looks like this is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Path is drifting down, guys. Getting closer and closer to 15. And the SPY, let's see the SPY. The SPY is down a little, 93 cents. Nothing major. Just looking at the SPY right here. There are some numbers coming out today, economic numbers. I think we got the Chicago PMI, job openings, consumer confidence, all at 10 o'clock. Dallas Fed, I don't know if that's a big one, but 10:30. But definitely at 10 o'clock, we do have some economic numbers coming out, especially the consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. Yeah, UNFI is an earnings play. Starting to get closer and closer to earnings season, guys. Let me drive William nuts and type in Alcoa. And Alcoa releases earnings on the 22nd. So about 3 weeks from now, guys, we're going to be getting at the beginning of earnings season, about 3 weeks from now. I see we have a halt or resume. I guess this was halted for news of some sort. All right, guys, we have less than a minute to the 9:30 open. So this was the news on this one. BRNS merging with well, I don't know how to pronounce that. Kleiwe Dog. Is there something wrong with the main trading room? Not that I'm aware of, Alex. There were people in there, so um, if you save the link to get in, I don't know how many times you've been in, but if you save the link, that won't work. You actually have to. So let me just give you my link. Market's going to open in 8 seconds, but I can just here's my homepage link. Okay. Just make sure and try this. Okay, I'm just going to quickly do it. If you can see what I'm doing, click on my homepage link and then scroll down and trading room. Okay, try that. Excuse me, and see if that works for you. All right, guys. All right, guys. Path is just under 15. And I got to be careful because I mean, the news is good and the great reaction, but I don't like trading in the first 15. But if I okay, I'm doing a tester here, guys. Of this path. I do not want it to go above 15, of course. So I'm not looking at anything else. I just have to keep a really close eye. I don't want to have this thing pop on me. Okay, just in case, guys, just in case, the buying enthusiasm comes back in. I've covered some of this path and I'm going to try to hold on a little bit longer. The fly is on the move also. Fly on the way down, guys. Right off, basically right off, right. Well, the minute it took out 15, as I was saying in the pre-market, and I said, okay, when I said a tester, by what I meant by that was I took my position, but if it got over 15 again, I was out. But I could always get back in later if it broke down through 15. That's what I meant by a tester. Because I don't like trading in the first 15, but I did say that I might make an exception on this one for this one. All right, good start, guys, for me anyway. I'm covering some more. The reason being is that I just, there's a feeling that maybe people will start to pile into this again, and I just want to be sure or careful. Though it's a big float. Yeah, it's a large float, so I'm not expecting like a massive like a pop. But this is turning out to be great. Oh, look at fly, guys. I mean, that was I could have picked fly also. These are on the short side. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on fly now too. I want to see maybe there's some bounce possibility here. Unfi, yeah, Unfi on the move here, guys. UNFI on the move. Earnings play. So the crypto plays like Mara and Riot look like they're starting to give it up today. Bitcoin is down 1,000. Had a big day yesterday, but it is down 1,000 today. All right, guys. Well, it was a nice trade on Path. So I'll keep an eye on it if it takes out the low of the day again. But I'm completely out of this short for Path now. Intel, INTC. Hmm. Wow, look at the room it's got, guys. 31.23. So it's got over $2 to the next low. Looking left. Okay, now this is the BTQ, not the BQ. The BQ was the crazy one yesterday, I believe. So this is BTQ, IPO'd a couple of days ago. This was on Friday, and then Monday, of course, today's Tuesday. So it, there's the 729, obviously will be the all-time high. How's BQ doing? That was a crazy one yesterday. BQ. We just got up to $18. You know what? There's the close at 978. Put a price alert over 10 and see if you get people piling into it if it takes out 10 again. Yeah, CoreWeave, I guess, is just jumping here. Yeah. So this is you want to play CoreWeave, and you can buy this one. This is an ETF designed specifically for it. Tons of liquidity. 2.5 million shares have traded. But remember, so you're going to get double the move if CoreWeave keeps moving up. The stock CRWV keeps moving higher. This will move double the move. Probably going to regret covering everything in Path, but look at Fly. Wow, it was already down a lot right here. It is down more. Remember an explosion. So it's a lifetime low now, guys. Lifetime low. All right, what is the market doing? So the Dow's down a little, the Qs are down a little, the SPY's down a little. Nothing major yet. Remember, at 10 o'clock, we do have some numbers coming out, which could affect the market. I've got the only reason I see this one, I've got it thumbnailed. LI is thumbnailed for me on one of my other monitors, and it's a nice move again. I had the big news on Friday, but it really sold off. Their news was that they were launching a $35,000 US SUV, obviously electric vehicle SUV in China, but it really sold off. But I think the overall China market was selling off. Let's see what KWeb is doing right now. KWeb. So what I use to kind of chart what overall China is doing. Yeah, so it's up a little bit. All right. Well, we've got our first AI alert. Let's take a look at D Pro. So the high today was 920. So that's a pretty big pullback. So what it's looking at is a pullback play, I guess. Boy, oh boy. This okay, now this could be interesting to me. It's underneath the whole number. Quadruple U, underneath the whole number. Oh boy, it's got room, guys. 1423. It's got room on the daily chart anyway. 1424 is the next low, looking left on the daily chart. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to stick a price alert under 15 again and see if it takes it out again. This is down 8%, 8.9%. Energy fuels, uranium and vanadium. Okay. All right, guys. Well, Path, if you held on, Path is still moving down. So, out of curiosity, what is yeah, I mean, it's obviously got a ton of room. Yesterday's low was $12, so it's got a ton of room still. There's the 200-day moving average. That's not an issue. What is not shortable, Dorf, in our YouTube room? What is not shortable? I didn't even look. Are you talking about what is not? No, well, according to my, it says 3 million shares. So I don't know. It says 3.15 million shares available to short for quadruple U. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing a shortable if you have IB. That's what I have. I think some of you were in this create. Ah, very clever. Create, very creative. CRE. That's okay. Talking to Dorf. Zura from yesterday, guys. This is a big one from yesterday. ZURA, big one from yesterday. But look what it did. I got up to 374, but it closed down here at 3. So, I mean, it was a pretty big percentage pullback from the high. Could not hold the high. I think we also looked at this, couldn't really find any news. I mean, I see this Chardon has got a $10 price target on it, but I'm not sure I saw any other news on this one yesterday. All right. Pop on the SPY. We'll pop on the SPY here, guys. Again, at 10 o'clock, there are some numbers that could affect the market coming out. Oh man, our cat guy's got has room. Red cat, our cat has some room. A little over 11 is the next high. RCAT has some room. Don't quite understand your question in our YouTube room. Where do I see news per asset like Apple? Are you talking about fundamental news? Well, I don't quite understand the question from our YouTube room, like Apple. I mean, so I don't, yeah, what do you mean by that per asset? If you're talking about like where do I get news in general, just in general, but if you're talking fundamental data, well, we have a lot of fundamental data that you can add to us like a single stock window, if that's what you're talking about. In my single stock window, I personally I don't care about fundamental data because I'm a intraday trader, but I could add, I mean, for instance, if I do a search and then I category and I put in fundamentals. This is all the fundamental data that we have on any stock, not just Apple. Okay, starting with market cap, shares outstanding, days of cover, et cetera, et cetera. So this is all the fundamental data that we've got on any stock, not just Apple. Okay. And so you could add that to a single stock window. All these are these are just filters. Like these are just filters. I could add them to a single stock window. I don't because I don't care about fundamental data. So does that kind of answer your question? Now, if you're looking for news on Apple, I don't. Again, I'm not sure if you meant like just pure news on Apple. I mean, we have a news feeder, like a new, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't rely on it if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about like breaking news, yeah, I wouldn't rely on it. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. This is not what I would necessarily call breaking news, but it's pretty darn good. That's what I use though, Interactive Brokers. If I'm looking for maybe the later intraday news. Yeah. So if you're looking for absolute breaking news, we don't have anything like that. But as I said, the my feed from Interactive Brokers is pretty darn good. But that's Interactive Brokers. Your broker probably has something that is, but if you're talking about like the pay services that specialize in, delivering you like that split second news, no. So are you talking the consumer price index, CPI? So we don't, if you're looking for, like, we don't have, we're not like sort of a company that's going to have news like that. I mean, there's tons of services out there. I mean, CPI is not a big deal in terms of breaking. But for instance, there's gonna be news coming out at 10 o'clock. What I'll be doing, what I can do, I can just type in the SPY, and I know almost for sure that at 10 o'clock I'll get some. I'll get whatever those numbers, the consumer confidence number. I'm sure it'll come out. I don't care so much about the number. All I care about is the market reaction. And then that's just me. I don't mean you shouldn't care about what the actual number is, but IPG guys. IPG on the move here. Boy, a big day yesterday. Follow through today. Interesting. You said it's stuck 28. This could be one of those crawlers all day. IPG. It's a big float, 371 million. So it's not going to be super active, volatile, I should say. All right, I'm going to look at Mara also. There's Riot, guys. So Riot is weak. Bitcoin is weak today. Now, these Riot and Mara really haven't followed Bitcoin that closely anymore. But yesterday they seemed to. And so there's Mara. A lot more room. Wait, so when you say I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, it's impossible for me to. I'll call you Tatya. Okay. When you say you're a scalper, what do you mean by that exactly? Like you're trying to buy like 10,000 shares and get 2 cents on a stock or something? Like what do you mean by that? Okay, guys, there's the BQ. No, I'm not. I mean, this is now over 10. At the big. It ran away. I was going to just take a test, take some, but it ran away. I think it's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. How can I know? Because it's not moving right now. Oh, I'm wrong. Wow. Normally, when you see a stock that is this active, and it looked like it was stuck at 1051, 1052, almost a sure sign it's going to get halted. I don't. Yeah. So I don't know what ICC. I don't know what ICT. Oh, okay. Well, I don't call that okay. So you're talking a 1 hour and 30 minutes. Then you're not. I mean, for people who are swing traders and longer term holders. Sure, that would be scalping. I thought you meant literally. Some people, are in and out of a trade in seconds. I mean, you could be, I suppose, depending on the move. But you're saying you could hold for an hour, 90 minutes or so. Okay, this is getting untradeable. 974, 1033. The bid ask. So now I'm glad I didn't get it. Inner Circle Trading, a trader, never heard of it. But if it's working for you, great. Oh, I love this short, but I don't. I wish I had a little more room. At 1084, the next low is around 1053. For me, not enough room. If the next low were down here at 10, I'd probably be all over this short. But yeah, there's not enough room for me. So the market is getting a little jumpy here. You can see up down on the SPY. Remember, so we have some numbers coming out at 10. Well, look at Wolf now. I was wondering what would happen with Wolf after coming out of its Chapter 11. I mean, it already had a huge move in the pre-market, but I was wondering if it would give it up, not completely necessarily, but in a lot bigger way. So there is the VWAP. So it's sitting on the VWAP right now, little bit over the VWAP. The VWAP's around 2940. So it's a little bit over the VWAP at 3033. Oh, you can do that for sure. In our YouTube room, sure. I mean, obviously between 9:30 and 11 o'clock, it's when the market's the most active. I mean, everything you see here, this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These are super active stocks, but you can create scans that are going to show you the momentum stocks, the ones that are just absolutely moving on volume, and certainly in the first hour and a half, a lot of people will do that. I mean, it's good all day, but certainly you can. If you only want to trade in the first hour and a half, even the pre-market, though. I mean, a lot of action in the pre-market. Ooh, Cree. So I guess that was a quick trade for you guys. I'm just looking here. I was wanting to see if it was still. So 9:56. I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Okay, and the information you can find, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Is that one of the ones? Okay, JTB, because I looked at APDN this morning. I mean, come on, they were trying to raise what $53 billion to turn themselves into. There's Rivian on the way down from a biotech, which we're seeing a lot of. Of course, these biotechs can't make any money, so I mean, yeah, I mean they're trying to get a 58 billion. That's a B, guys, not an M. $1 billion to pivot to crypto treasury. I would have thought maybe one of those would be halted. So, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas, Tadia? I mean, there are a few things to learn, but other than that, I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it's that difficult. But if you're show the black screen again. You mean this, the news screen? This is not. This is nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay. Well, Trade Ideas has got a lot going on. If you can make it as complicated as you want, or you can make it as simple as you want. I choose simplicity. What you see here is pretty simple. But I'm going to go over my homepage. I'm going to show you not just you, but the email that you showed before. I don't recall showing an email. Oh, are you talking about the my homepage link? Okay, maybe I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but so guys, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a bit of a complicated premium going on. Okay, so you can get 30% off a premium annual, 22% off a premium monthly, and 15% off the other plans. Which are the standard plans, the monthly and the standard. Now, if you take out a monthly, that discount is only good for the first month. Okay, 22% off the first month only, and 15% off the first month only in the standard plan. Okay. Now, the other thing is there is, just for those of you who are in YouTube, there is what I call a main trading room, also another trading room. A lot more action, a lot more traders are in there. And so if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, you see where it says trading room. You can click on that and you can come into what we call the main trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but again, there's more interaction amongst traders in the main room. YouTube also operates on I think a 5 to 8 second delay. That's what they do. We don't impose it, but that's what they do. So that's if you want to come into the trading room. Also, I mean, if you're coming into the trading room every day, I would save my homepage link, and then that's how you can get in every day. And of course, then you'll always be able to see the latest and greatest promos that we've got. And at the bottom here, scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. So you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you don't find it there, then by all means, contact us and say, hey, I signed up. I'm not getting it. Okay. So, well, here's what you can do also before you sign up, Tatia, in our YouTube room. Take a look at this. So you're on my homepage link, and this is for everybody, of course, but you seem to be interested. So, and click on the education section. Okay, click on the education section, and then you scroll down to getting started with trade ideas. You don't have to be a subscriber to see this, but if a person has just taken out a subscription, this is the first thing you must do. It's mandatory you do this. I mean, it's some very short videos, and that'll get you started. You're not going to be an expert in trade ideas, but at least it'll get you understanding. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? The two, key components of trade ideas. And again, if you're not a subscriber, you can always start off on that second video and roll the rest of them. It'll give you a good idea about what the capabilities are. Back to basics. If a person is new to trading, free series of videos designed for you if you're new to trading. And before I go to the scans that I'm currently sharing, I just want to speak briefly about the user guide. Click on the user guide, and because I'm going to go over the races. Because there's TI stock racing right here, okay? So again, it's a user guide like any other software program. There's a lot in the user guide, but like every other software program, you don't have to learn everything. But I'm going to go over the TI stock racing right here. I'm running 3 races. And so this is the reference that you can take a look at after I've explained TI stock racing. Give me a moment. I forgot to show the scans I'm sharing. So if you want to see the scans that I'm currently sharing, and you scroll down a bit, and here they are. Now, I only have the ones that you can see. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. I'm not sharing. I mean, I can give you the links for these. They're not on my homepage. These are biggest gainers, large cap, and large cap losers. Okay. This one doesn't have anything to do with market cap. So what you'll see here, you will see some big percentage. You can see some big percentage movers. Look at this one, 8.4% for IBG. You rarely are going to get anything that dramatic here. But if you're new to trading, this can be a little less, a little easier on your psyche, perhaps. Okay. They're just less volatile. But I am sharing a lot of other scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the halts resumes. Wow, very usually this is full by this time. So this is halts resumes. Now these are 3 real-time alert scans. Okay, I'm not running them right now, but you can take a look at them. The momentum scan, gap scans, continuation or reversals, and also this combo scan, which does not give very many alerts. We call it the Pepe combo scan. But these you can take a look at. I don't have them up and running now. So first of all, I should also start off by welcoming anybody who's new into the room. Plural. Welcome. This is the format, okay? Monday to Friday, the main room is open at around 6:45 Eastern time in the morning. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at around 9 for both rooms. Now, why so late for me? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so consequently, I don't get up at 3:45 to open the room. But somebody else opens the main room at 6:45. Thank you, Obi. And this is a trading room, but you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade or am I doing something that requires my attention, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, I can answer questions all day long. Now, if it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. I don't think it's being recorded anymore. I mean, it's 6 hours I'm on, 6 or 7 hours that I'm on, so it's not recorded anymore, Tadia. So again, there's the scan. So if you have any questions about them, now what I want to do now is go over this particular race. And why I think it's good, not just for new people, but for people, even if you have trading experience, because what happens is it develops a top 10 list for you to focus on automatically. All these scans do, okay? But I'm going to go over this one because this is the most, call it the most exciting one, because it has, stocks that can really be moving. But, with excitement comes volatility, and you've got to be careful because, they don't all keep going up. So let me explain what this race is all about. And remember, in the guide, I showed you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. I'm running a 4-minute race. I just chose 4 minutes. You can choose whatever time frame you want. So what you're seeing here now is at the very top, here's ANAB. So since the race started, we're slightly less than a minute into this race. ANAB has moved 2%, 2.3% since the race started. ZYBT has moved 2%. Okay. And it's like any other race. At the end of the race, there will be a winner declared. Okay. And that's how this top 10 list is automatically created for you. Are we still doing, I didn't think we were doing it anymore, Pepe, but it's so long. What do you like? How are you going to, I thought we'd stop that, the recording of it. Well, but it's, 6 hours long. But at any rate, at the end, when a winner is declared, and that's at the end of the race, of course, automatically a top 10 list is built for you. Okay. Right now, there's only 7, but ultimately, there will be 10 stocks in here. And that gives you great focus. You can just concentrate on those stocks if you want. Now, it's not necessarily the same 10 all day long. The list is made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see right now the CRE has won 2 races. That's what the number beside the stock means. Okay. Then you can see EPAL won a race. It's leading this race now, 6.3%. And if I click on it, you'll probably see a nice little move, little pop here. Yeah. Ah. Okay, Pepe. So how to use the race? Well, a couple of things. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over to click on a symbol. Okay. If you see, I would certainly click on a symbol that is leading a race right now. Okay. And see what's happening. Okay. Just see what's happening. If it meets your trading style, these are not stocks necessarily at the high of the day. This one happens to be, at the high of the day, but these could be stocks that have pulled back and then starting to move. I would click on, if you see anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. You have to have an idea about how to want to trade them if you click on it. Some of you might be VWAP type traders. A stock that is like this one, it pulled into the VWAP. Looks like the VWAP is trying to act as support. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like, and see if it pulls back into that and acts as support. Obviously you have to have some trading experience. So you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order to click on it. The other thing I would do is, if something has won a race before, click on it. See what is it doing now? Here's TBN. I'm not sure it's like, I don't know. It's way under the VWAP, but some of you look at the VWAP. It could be a potential magnet. I mean, that's way up here at 29.30, $26. That's $3. A lot of you will say, well, the VWAP can act as a bit of a magnet. But there's all sorts of different trading styles. So that's what the race is all about. Now, the question now should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Eventually, they'll start to show up. Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? Come on. Sometimes this happens. The race doesn't. There we go. Okay, 3:30. Usually takes half an hour, 30 seconds to kind of rev up. Usually you see the stocks, but anyway. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up? So every race starts from a what we call a top list window. So if I right click on this race and I open the top list, okay, this is what we call a top list window. Top list windows before we had races typically would be used for show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you had a column header, which I do, that C percent means that the change from yesterday's close. You can double left click and sort it. So this is why IBG showing you it's up 42% from yesterday's close. SPRC 37%, etc. Now, are there stocks that are up more? Yes, there would be. But when I click on configure, this is what I'm using. I only want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum. I'm up at least 2% from yesterday's close. These are my filters. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to be in this list of stocks. Okay. And I've limited the list of stocks to 50. I don't need to see any more. Okay, so that's why these stocks are showing up here. But the beauty of the race is this, because a lot of people say, well, it's great to see the stocks that are up the most, but what about a stock that might be just starting out? Well, that's what the race can do for you. Now I see Zura right here. Yeah, it's near the top, but it doesn't mean it's not worth looking at still, just because it's up the most. But what the race does, the race is not biased. It doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All the race cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. So it could be something that's, down here, PLG, it's up 2.4% from yesterday's close. But what if, for whatever reason, PLG just started to move? It was up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%. How could you ever know that? How could you ever know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to pick the one that happens to be moving up? Well, you don't have to do that. The race will do that for you. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It could still be a stock at the high. Doesn't mean it's not worth looking at still. Just because the stock is up 43% doesn't mean it can't be up by the end of the day 60%. Okay. So hopefully now this is becoming a little more clear, because watch, when I right click on this top list window, launch the real-time stock race. So that's how a race is launched. And obviously then, whoops, a moment. So in the configure, this is what I'm looking for, but this doesn't have to be what you want. Okay. You might want a completely different price range, different volume. You might want to, you can create your own top list based on your set of parameters to see the stocks that you want to see, the types of stocks you want to see. This just happens to be what I want to see. It does not have to be what you want to see. So that's why I'm saying Trade Ideas is very flexible. You can create, well, it's not unlimited, but many different types of scenarios. So these two races, they're similar, obviously, because a top 10 list is built. But what I did was I added a couple of things. Okay, this is the top list, and notice there are hardly any stocks in here. It's okay. It doesn't mean these are going to be the only ones all day. They will change, but this is why there are hardly any stocks in there. because I wanted to see large cap movers. So, so it's different from this race, but this is what I'm saying. You can create your own top list window based on the set of parameters you want to use. So in this case, it's between $10 and $70. The 200,000 shares is the same. The 2% is the same from yesterday's close. Here is a very powerful filter. We've got a lot of position and range filters. So this is the day range, and I wanted to see stocks near the high of the day. At least like near the high. And this is the market cap. So I want to see stocks that have at least a 500 million market cap and a minimum 50 million float. So that's why you're not seeing very many stocks in here. Okay, and then I run the race based on that. And this one is just sort of the flip of this. I'm looking for, these are the gainers, large cap gainers. These are the large cap losers. So yes, there's a lot to trade ideas. You can make it as complicated as you want, depending on what sort of trading experience you have, and looking at all the different filters that we've got. But I have a pretty simple trading style. Show me the stocks that are. I'm actually paying more attention to the large cappers, to be honest, than these more volatile stocks. The volatile stocks will give you absolutely the biggest bang for the buck in terms of percentage moves. But it requires a lot more attention. I'm not saying these don't require attention, but they're just less volatile. So if I were starting out trading and I didn't want to short, I'd be looking at something like this. Again, a top 10 list is built for you. So, take a look. Here's CRISPR. Let's take a look at it, see what it's doing. Now to me, this could be turning into a short. It's breaking down. Now, again, if you're new to trading, you might not want to short, but it's breaking down underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP. I wonder if Nina's in the room. Are you in the room today, Nina? The reason I asked is because you were asking about the halts resumes, and I showed you how you can have it. And I suggested that you incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. So what is happening with Rhea? So Rhea resumed, obviously got halted on the way down. So 10 o'clock came. What happened at 10 o'clock here? 9:55. So the 10 o'clock numbers came out, and market initial reaction. When I say the numbers, there was something to do with Chicago PMI, I think consumer confidence. But market shrugged it all off. So okay, how about this one? BRZE. The reason I look at stocks that are just under the whole number. Ooh, boy, it's an interesting one for me. BRZE, I mean, the next low looking left is 29.62. So over $1 away to the next low looking left. How much is this down? Only 4%. Trying to get a fill on this short, but and there's plenty of shorts, 2 million shorts. Ah, I didn't get my fill. I was trying to do Interactive Brokers, the mid fill, and it just wouldn't fill me. And that's the BRZE. well, you can control the time frame. Okay, Katia, you can. I'm choosing a 4 minute time frame, but you can control the time frame. But yes, in this race here, this is the ones that have moved the most percentage wise in the last 4 minutes. Each one of these, either these two are up and this one is down. But we have it's one that I'm not using right now, but so here's a moment. This is what I call this is a momentum scan. I'm not using it right now. So for instance, these are all real-time alerts. Now 10:17, so the last time that happened, so there hasn't been one, but this is what it looks for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 20. That means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. So it's really looking for abnormal stocks that are trading very abnormally. 500,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So that is what gives it the momentum. So when you look at Zura, oops, these are real time alerts. Okay, these are not quite the same, but I like the presentation of this. But there's nothing wrong with using that's what really we're excellent at. Also, I mean, these are real time alerts. So there's ANAB just made a new high as an example on some volume. You see the volume that came in as an example. Okay, so that's something you can, I'm sharing it, but just like anything else, you can always change any of these filters to the price range you like and anything else. If you have any trading experience, maybe add a filter you like. This just happens to be what I want to see, but it doesn't have to be what you want to see. So when you say what is the default time frame, you mean in a race? I don't know because it's totally controllable. I'm not sure it might be 10 minutes. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about though? What is the default time frame in a race? That's pretty good, guys. That was a pretty good alert for the ANAB. Well, I didn't get BRZE. I didn't get it. Now let's see what it's doing now. As I said, I tried to get it, but I didn't get it. Yeah, shoot. I did not get it. I was trying to get it just underneath 31, sorry, right here. It's not that it didn't have shorts available, lots of shorts, but I was using the mid fill function in IB, and I thought I could get a fill. That would have been awesome. Awesome. I don't know what the default is. The thing is that it's controllable. Let me duplicate the race. I'm going to stop the race. See, this is sort of the race setup. So here's minutes to run. It's I don't even know what the default is. Is it 10? Okay. But minutes to run, you can control that. You want to put two, you can easily control it. I'm just choosing to run 4 minute races. That's all. Okay. But I think Pepe is right. 10 might be the default, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can completely control all this. When it starts, I start my races at 9:30, 9:30 open, but you can run the races starting in the pre-market all the way through if you want. It's very controllable. That's a tough one, guys, for me to. That was awesome. BRZE. Well, as they say in La Belle Province, c'est la vie. For my fellow Montrealers out there. All right, guys. Let's see if I can find another one. Here's GGA. William, are you still in these? Are you still in these Argentinians? I hope not. You must be out now. You must be out, right? Oh, good. Okay, so this is some of the Argentinian stocks really ripped for about 4 days, but now over the last week or so, they've been dropping. 25.82. Oh, there's room, guys. There is room. 25.82. Now, so when I say room, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left. If I want to take this short around the 28 level, I look left. And how much room does it have before it hits that next low? That's all I'm doing. If I feel it has enough room, doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But if it started to move down there, my feeling is that it may stall there if it does get there. So that's why I don't want to see something the next left 10 cents away. Wow. Speaking about ANAB, guys, that's an AI alert. I didn't even see that. It's up 15% now. This is what I'm talking about. The D Pro, I'm going to have to wait and see if it comes back. But there's the ANAB 2765 on the alert. There's a 15% move. That's a great move for a fairly expensive stock. What's the float like? That's the reason. 27 million in the float is not a lot. But you know what? The spread is not terrible. 71.85, not terrible for that sort of a float. Didn't even see it. Okay, I'm definitely interested in the GGAL, guys. Definitely GGAL. Definitely interested in it. I want to see how well it holds underneath that 28 level. Maybe put a price alert right around 86. See if it can really clear that whole number. So, Pepe, is that a sign that this monitor is going to fail soon? You notice that once a day it goes black on me. Is this a sign that eventually this is a warning that it's going to fail? Well, it just goes black. It goes black for about half a second, and usually once a day. The monitor that I share. Just keeping an eye on this GGAL, guys. It's coming into the now. Obviously, I haven't talked about the wave at all, at all. So, had you got into GGAL up here, I didn't see it up here, but you can see how the wave is just keeping you in the trade. Maybe you take some off here, but you keep in the trade. As opposed to if it's blue, see how this is keeping you in the trade on the upside. Okay, that's how I use the wave. So if I happen to have got this trade right around here, 24.27, okay, if I'd seen it right here and said, okay, taking this trade, now I'm riding the wave, riding that wave. Do I take anything off? Maybe I take a little off here, but I keep holding it until we get orange, like a true transition. This has allowed me to keep in trades a lot longer than I ever used to. It's a display port. Display port. I'm wondering, maybe it's a little bit loose. I'll check the connection. I don't know if it's working. I can't run I can't run the money machine. Um, the reason being, as you're probably aware, to run the money machine, you have to be following it all day long. You can't just let it run because you've got to be managing the exits. And I can't do that. I mean, unless I just say to myself, okay, one day, I'm going to do that because I obviously I cannot do I cannot I cannot deviate from it because you have to be following every single trade that you're in and managing the exits. So I cannot do that. So I don't know if it's where I don't know why it wouldn't be working, but let me bring up the money machine and see Brokerage Plus. Um, so these are the ones here that are the default ones. So I can't tell you. I can't tell you. If you're going to hang around for another hour and a half, Steve will be in the YouTube room at noon. Okay, because I know he's using it. He's testing it. Okay, but I don't see the strategy here. I do know this. Did you ever get a link for it? Did you get a link, like a collaboration link for it? Because then I know you can add it in to the strategy section. Okay, guys, going to see if this GGAL is going to work for me. Not loving the spread, but it's able to get a mid fill at IB. So let's see if it. And why am I interested? Because when you look left, look at all the room it's got, right down to 20. Well, again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but say 26. So I mean, you're looking at it, almost $2 to the next low. Not saying it's going to get there. Take a look at the other ones. I think they're all probably doing this. These are the the Argentinian bank stocks. Yeah, they're all. That's not one of them. Well, let's take a yeah, so look at well, they're all following it. I mean, this is the country ETF for Argentina. Okay, this is the country ETF, and they're all doing the same thing. They had that big pop. Your government said something about, trying to boost them, but since that high, it's been a drop, 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 drop. Interesting. Of course, I'm not doing that, I know you're talking about a streaming service, but wait, it happens when you open it. Of course, this has been open all day. Long as it's just a brief blip. I could do that. These monitors have been spectacular. I've had these monitors now for what year are we? 2025. By the way, guys, tomorrow, kind of a cool day for me. October 1st, that will be my 10-year anniversary doing this. 10 years. It's gone by like a shot. So the monitors, I think they're 6 years old. These monitors are 6 years old. Congrats in advance. Yeah, hopefully I make it to tomorrow. Ah, well, G-Gal's been a little pop here, so I wanna have to watch it. Yeah, I don't know about that, Mike. 10 more? I don't know about that. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the G-Gal. Not, minor. Well, I've had trade ideas since 2010, okay, but I was not doing this. I wasn't, part of the team at all. I was, I think in 2013, I wanna say 2013, we we started a little, text forum, that was it. But doing this, sharing my screen, yakking at you guys all day, and that started in October of 2015. Okay, guys, let's see what else is happening here. So the G-Gal got out of. How about the Oxy? This is an energy play. Energy has been weak, I think. XLE, I think another couple of days now. Energy sector has been a little bit weak. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Nice move up for 4 days, 5 days, and then we had a down day yesterday and a continuation, getting back closer to the 200-day moving average. Okay, ZYBT just got halted on the way up. Okay, so there you can see, well, it was pretty obvious, a 33% run. Those are pretty obvious. You're going to get something like a move that looks like this. Look at the volume that came in. So you see, Tatia, you see how these, I mean, you're looking for momentum plays. You remember, you're getting these earlier as this is moving up to cook on it. So let's see where this could open. So I don't know if I've shown this blue screen before, or at least today. So this blue screen you see here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So that's the halt price, 372. Can't see the symbol, but it is the ZYBT. This column trying to tell you potentially where it could open. Usually they are 5-minute halts. You know, this path looks still weak, guys. I mean, this is my short right off the bat, but it still looks weak. Looks like it just wants to continue to give it up underneath 14 now. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 9 million. Another one with a lot of shares available. It's over almost 3 million at Interactive Brokers. This is for KVYO. KVYO sounds like a radio station. Um, Big down day. I didn't see this in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything in the pre-market, but ever since, I don't see any news on this one. I mean, this is news from the 26th, but maybe it's just a continuation. They had Analyst Day on the 26th, I guess, draws mixed reaction on growth and margin outlook. That was on the 26th. So reaction was right here, I guess. Just continuation down. All right. I haven't seen this one in a long time. MTEN that halted probably on the way down. Yeah, got halted on the way down, just resumed. We're seeing this one a lot. Yeah, that's Ming Tang. If you look at a monthly chart, I'm sure you're going to see some crazy number. Yeah, way up here, $26, maybe even more. Maybe not. Well, this crowd wave is still strong, isn't it? Again, this is the ETF for it. A lot of volume, still strong. Double the move. So this is up 32%. So CrowdWeave, the stock, is up 16%. Did I say crowd? I meant core. I always say that. So yeah, core is up 16%. The other one is double it because it's a two-time ETF designed for it. A move. So this was the news, I guess, jumping. This was obviously in the pre-market, or yeah, 8:30. This is when the news must have hit. Jumps on expanded Meta Cloud computing agreement. Okay, ZYBT just opened, guys, and it opened higher. Wow, did it ever open higher? And this was the first halt of the day, I think. Yeah, for it. No opportunity for me to get in. Sometimes what I'll do is if it dips down below the halt price, which was 372 briefly, and then it pops through it again, I'll take the trade, but it didn't do that. I don't think it did. Well, maybe it did. Go down to 355. Had to be paying a lot more attention. Yeah, it must have, but no way could I have got it though. Yeah, I know what you're saying because I'm just looking here, 355, but there's probably no way I could have got it. Okay, guys, I just want to draw your attention to this. I don't mind showing this. So DPRO has come back. Okay, notice there's a reentry price. Yes, it hit the stop. If you took it, right at the beginning at 880, you would have got stopped out at 854. Um, but you have a reentry price, which is halfway between 880 and the stop, and that automatically you can get a sound alert for this. So at 867, so it gives you an opportunity to either A, if you miss the trade the first time, or just wait for the reentry. A lot of people, that's what they do. They just wait for a reentry price. Now, you may not get one all day. So far, so good. And if you don't have that column, please add it. This is the reentry price column. You have a time, you have a stop. If you want to add all three, all you have to do is right click and go to columns, and it's all alphabetical, is in alphabetical order. So just scroll down. You can see here they are. So we just left click on it, to highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then you can have it as a column. Really recommend you do that if you've got our AI. Still has some room, guys. I'm not in it, but if you're in this one, and you're looking left on a daily chart, still has some room. 525 is the next high. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that that is the next high looking left. Low float, 4.4 million. China stock. I wonder if it'll do a BZ today. I mean, now the thing is, BZ yesterday had no resistance. No, no, BQ. It's not BZ, BQ. See the difference? I mean, once BQ broke out here, there was no nothing to get in its way. Whereas with the YBT, I mean, you do have this little stall right there. That's still far enough away, but it's pulled back now. Unfi is looking pretty good, guys. This is right at the high of the day, I believe. UNFI. This is an earnings play right at the high of the day. It's continuing, and let's take a look on a. I'll have to go to a weekly chart. Where could it run to? Can't see it on a weekly, so let's go to a monthly. Let's see where the next high is. Well, you got to go back a few months probably. So you got to go back to this month here, which is March of 2023. So over 2 years ago, there was a high up here of $42. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is, it's a couple of years ago, over 2 years ago. Red high five. It seems every time the money machine opens a trade, it's already negative. In other words, any way to adjust the settings. Well, of course, it all depends on what you're using, but you cannot control the fact that you get into a trade and immediately it has a little drop in it. I mean, it's that can happen. There's no way to control it to say when I get into a trade, it's got to the neck. It has to go higher the next second. There's no way to if that's what you mean. I mean, it would be wonderful if you could. Via Parry. Well, that is something I'm. That is more of a technical issue with your computer or with your laptop. On your new laptop, TI is closing by itself. Happened 3 times this morning. Today is the first time I'm using the new laptop. Any pointers? Which should I check? Yeah, that's out of my. I don't know. Now, when you say closing down, are you saying freezing, or does it actually? Because it actually, it actually froze for me in the pre-market once. I had to do, end the task. But so when you say closing down, do you mean freezing on you, or actually just booting you out of the program? So it's closing all the windows. Wow. No, that's something I cannot help you with. I don't know, and I don't want to. I don't want to. I mean, Pepe, you may want to look at it, but I don't see. I don't know. There's nothing I can help you with there. There's no little tip. I mean, I'm sure if it's a new laptop, you've got enough RAM and all. Not that's the issue necessarily. Yeah, as Pepe is saying, the spread might have. Are you running volatile stocks, or are you running are you looking at sort of volatile stocks? Stocks that have big, well, a lot of volatility, as opposed to something like this, which does not have as much volatility. The other thing is to if you can hang around for an hour, because Steve will be in our YouTube room in about an hour, and he's testing it all. Well, I'm not testing it at all, but he's testing it in a like all day. So he might have something for you, some suggestion. But as Pepe is saying, the spread. If you're looking at stocks that have a pretty wide spread, it's very possible that that's happening. So give me an example of a stock. Like right now, can you give me an example of a stock? I just want to check out the spread, okay? Give me an example of one, and I'm just going to quickly look at what the spread is now, just to see if that could be the reason. Flux, FLUX. Let's see that click carefully. FLUX. So the spread, as I see it, is 7 cents. It was pretty bad, for a $4 stock. As an example. Okay, it's not great. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, but it's not great. So if you're going in at the ask, you're already looking at a okay DPro probably the same. Okay, that is not bad right now anyway. So that's not bad at all. But again, if you're going in at the ask, bid ask, and you're going at the ask, it's probably going to reflect the bid immediately. So if it doesn't pop immediately for you, you're probably going to see like a negative number if it doesn't pop immediately for you. Go, go, go. I am whispering at this stock. You know what stock I'm whispering at, guys? Take a wild guess. Yeah, it's a great use of the reentry price, okay, for Depro as it's an example. Doesn't mean they're all going to do this, obviously, but it's a great use of the reentry price. As I said before, a lot of people who use our AI, they only wait to see if a stock has a reentry. That's all they wait for. Now, sometimes you won't get any, because remember the stock has to hit the stop at some point in time and then get halfway between the original alert price and that stop. In this case, that's 867. It hit the stop, got back up to 867, and that's automatic. When I say automatic, you don't have to. This automatically happens. You don't have to notice. There's no reentry here. That's because probably will not get one because the entry price was 27.65. The stop was 26.82. It at some point during the day would have to get down to 26.82, and they get halfway between 27.65 and 26.82, and then you would get a reentry. In this case, I mean, it's just running right from the beginning. I love doing my videos on that because it's a feature that I don't think most people use or even know of who have our AI. Okay, you add this column, and remember, you can put a sound alert when you get an alert when a stock comes in. You'll also get a sound alert though when a reentry price is hit. Was there any news for Depro? Military drones. Okay, so it's the obviously it's the hot sector. Ooh, it just got halted, guys. No, EFTY just got halted on the way down. Okay. E12, Stars Capital. Well, I want you to guess, Mike. I said, can anybody guess? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Path. No, not Stantec. No, Path. Yeah, decided to reshort it. But do the red starts, do they last for a long time in order, do you get knocked out? Well, do you, I mean, how long are these red starts lasting in the money machine? I mean, is it oh, well, if they end up red, well, okay. Then you might have to change your strategy. If they're all ending up red, then you have to change your strategy or test something else. I thought you meant just a brief blip red and then yeah, market's turning green again. You are right. Hmm. Yes, yes, for the well, I've just taken some off. I wonder if it's it shouldn't be, but it might be reacting a little bit with the market. You know, it might be reacting with the market, but it just looked to be in dwindle mode, like keep see, so it's still orange on the way down. Try my best to hold on to what I've got based on this wave. But that pop, that's what got me to sell some. Okay, and now this allows me to hold on because I have sold some, and I'm just going to try to hold on to see if that wave continues orange. Maybe that was just a brief blip up. That's how I'm using it. Now, I'll bet if I turn to a 1 minute chart, that might have turned blue. A little bit of blue. You see a little bit of blue on a 1 minute. oh, oh yeah, I'll ask him, William. Come on, I'll deuce it down a little bit. Just get down back into the low 80s, and maybe that'll send it down a little bit again. All right, guys, 11:06. So remember, at about noon Eastern time, I'll be taking a break. Now, I said Steve. I should confirm that when I say Steve, taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern, of course. I've just pinged him to see if he's going to be doing it. There are no stats for the AI because people, it's the trades are managed individually, so your style of trading might be very different from my style of trading. So there are no stats for the AI. All depends on how you manage your exits. There's the G gal down again. Interesting. See, that got me out. Yeah, I'm getting, within reason, I'll hold on because it's still orange. But see, because it all depends on how you handle your exits. I mean, with the AI, I mean, if you'd taken this trade right off the bat at 880, say the D Pro, and you got stopped out at 854, or maybe you got out earlier, you say, yeah, didn't like the way it was trading, or you waited for the reentry price at 867, or even if you took it the first time and then you took it again at 867. I mean, it's very hard. It's hard to have stats because people will use the AI very, very different ways. The one thing I would not do is just pile into a trade just because you get an alert. I always click on the symbol, check to see what it looks like on a chart. Is there any near-term resistance? Where's the 200-day moving average? Things like that. So it's a watch list more than anything, but it is generated automatically for you. And that's right. There are no targets. That's the better answer. Okay. So it's not going to be Steve. Steve cannot do it today. So Chris might do it again, but Chris is sort of testing the money machine also. So now Andy, I don't. Let me ask if Andy are okay. That booted me out, guys, of the path. Okay, so Andy does have it running. Okay, Yeah, so flatten means getting out of your position totally. Half gets out of half. Double means doubling your position. Now, Arthur, I'm talking to you. Reversing means you're in a long, and now you want to reverse it to a short. Limit out means getting out of everything and all. Okay, so that's basically what it means. The big ones are flatten. I mean, the big one is really flatten. That gets you out of a trade. Okay, the money machine, yeah, the money machine automatically enters trades, but you better manage the exits. Well, it will exit, but it's better if you manage the exits. The money machine will exit, but it's better. It's just like the AI, it's better that you manage the exits. I mean, there are ways you could put out like a well, Andy will show you. It's the reason why I cannot demonstrate it because it would look terrible probably if I demonstrated and then got, distracted because if I'm not managing the ones I'm in, I could be letting them go very negative. Now there is a stop. There is a stop. Yes, there is a stop that will get you out, but doesn't mean you want to wait necessarily all the way down to a stop. I love to say, look, the ultimate goal is to have the thing completely automated, but I just don't know if it's going to happen. So what the AI does, it you just wait for the alerts to happen, Tatya. The question in our YouTube room. Okay, here are two alerts today. Okay, so obviously they're pretty good now. I mean, the ANAB. You just wait for the alerts to happen. It's a watch. That's all. That's what it does. So it's like a watch list that you don't have to worry about creating. In a nutshell, there are a series of strategies that get optimized overnight. Okay, and optimizing meaning and then the strategies that make the cut for the next day will have a correct, like a good profit factor and a good win loss ratio. Okay. Now, as you know, doesn't mean just because, and it goes through what we call an optimization procedure. It looks back over, say, the last 60 days or 3 months, 63 trading days, runs what we call our back tester, and then optimizes it, and then delivers the strategies that made the cut the next day. But just because the strategy worked, well over the last 63 days, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to work well today. In this particular case, I mean, again, looking at the reentry, it's awesome. So that's how it works. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So imagine it's just like a very nice watch list. I don't know. DKI went up and then it went down, didn't it? And whoa, and it got halted. And now I doubt if it's going to open at $5. All right. Well, it's a toss up between Andy and Chris. They're deciding between the two of them who's going to relieve me in about 45 minutes in our YouTube room and go over the money machine, demonstrate it. Whoa. Now, is this a China stock? Yeah, it is. So you know what? This is like another one of those China stocks that look like, they've been doing pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere. And we've seen this with some of these China stocks, guys. And, I used to say, oh, I'll never open at three. Don't, it could open even lower. We've seen a handful of China stocks over the last couple of months that look, low floaters that have been moving up steadily, 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 steadily. And then one day out of nowhere, boom. Yeah, choppy day, guys. Definitely a choppy day. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Just looking at the SPY anyway. Now look at DPRO. So you've got to, obviously, that's what I'm saying. You got to how well the AI would do is how well you would manage this exit, getting out of at least well, part of it or most of it. I do remember when Howell came out. Yes. To take a look at GGAL again. I don't know if it's following the mark. Oops. Take a look at the Argentinian. That's what I was looking for. ARGT. Let's take a look at ARGT. Yeah, so it's sinking now. Okay. So GGAL, if it follows it, might still give us a trade. Well, the demo, well, you can call the demo free, but I'm talking to Tatcha in our YouTube room, but it really doesn't, it's 15-minute delays. You cannot, create any scans. Okay. But it gives you an idea, but I would actually take a look at what I showed you earlier. Okay. The videos, very short videos that shows you what, the capabilities of trade ideas. That's what I would do. I mean, the demo, I mean, it's 15-minute delayed. You can't really adjust anything. I think you would be better served by going to my homepage and checking those videos out. Okay. Going down to that education section right here and checking out these videos. Start off on the second one, alerts versus top lists. I think there are about 7 or 8 very short videos. I think that'll be better for you than looking at the demo that you can't really do anything with. But it's up to you. All right, guys, 11:22. So let's see if there's been a these guys are hilarious, Andy and Chris. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Boy, this unfee's been good all day now. Remember the last time we looked, it was just, inching its way up. It's still on not an all-time high, sorry. It's a daily high. It's a nice earnings play, penny by penny, making its way up. Come on, gee gal. I believe the limit out is if you put a limit of, say, like a limit, 5 cents or some number that you're willing to get at every trade at. Okay, so if it's especially good if it's a fast moving trade. Oh, look at the BQ. Speaking of which, so let's just say you said I want to take this trade right now at 111. Okay, and you had but you can't get it there. If you had some kind of a strategy though that said, okay, but I will take it if it's say 5 cents or whatever that number is going to be above the current price. In other words, the limit. Never used it. Never used it. Especially when you have like some kind of an automated strategy on the entry, and you say, okay, I want to take every trade that comes into my strategy, every trade, and I'll put say a 5 cent limit offset, which means that again, let's just say you had a strategy that BQ came into your strategy, and you said, okay, I want to take the trade, and it triggers at 11:10, but seconds later, just because it's an you're in auto trade mode, it goes to 11:29. Okay, well, you wouldn't get the trade, you wouldn't get a fill. Get that question a lot. How come I didn't get a fill? These are people who auto trade their strategies. Why didn't I get a fill? Well, because even though it is auto trading and you're going to get a pretty quick fill, if something is moving so quickly, and you get an alert at a certain price, but it moves like 10 cents in a half a second, you're not going to get a fill unless you have a unless you I wouldn't worry about it too much, Arthur. Okay. I just, it's we have a lot of stuff that I think is just I don't want to say confusing to people, but I just wouldn't worry about it too much. It's like what I say about our user guide, there's a ton of stuff in our user guide. I would just not, it's like I've always used the analogy of throwing you a big MS Word guide. Look how much information is in there. Imagine if we said, or somebody said, well, you know what, before you can use Word, you're going to learn this entire guide. Nobody would do it. That's why I'm saying the starter videos that shows you the differences, not just you, Arthur, but anybody listening, the difference between an alert window and a top list window. Like, why would you use one over the other? Just stuff like that, I think, is more valuable. Boy, Wolf has been a monster. I'm very surprised that it has not had a big pullback. Yeah, no kidding would have bounced off the VWAP, even early, really early, right here. What time was that? That was at 10:50 or so. So if you're a VWAP type player, yeah, looking at that VWAP, it held, dipped down, into it again almost. But even if you had taken some off, 31, what was that price right there? 29.50. So $1.50 move, I would have for sure taken some off on that move down and then maybe hold on because it was still blue and then ride that wave. No, it could be interesting to me to see if that path ever turned. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore. Did it ever? Did it turn? Uh, yeah, you see, I got a little jumpy. I mean, it was turning blue, but it was a very flat blue. Okay. Anyway, it's just a guide. Okay. I mean, I don't. I'm not saying you have to use it religiously, but I find it's a very good guide to keep in trades, and that just kind of got me out. I think if it hadn't had the news that it has, I probably would have tried to keep in the trade a bit. But the news that it has, you put NVIDIA, you put OpenAI, you put all these things in a press release. Sometimes that'll just sustain it for the whole day. It hasn't though. I mean, it hit the high up here and it's just been basically steadily falling. You guys have been following, maybe not today, but MIR. Yeah, look at MIR. What a crazy bunch of days. Big drop down, another big drop, but look what happened. It got down to 1961, closed up here at 2141, and then yesterday, kind of iffy. Ooh, IBG, you're in this one, Dak. I think. Hopefully that a halt on the way up. Oops, halt on the way down. All right, it's going to be Chris. They finally duked it out, and so Chris will be in our YouTube room, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take off for my hour break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over and listen to Chris. He'll demonstrate the money machine. Remember I was going to go short quadruple U, but it didn't trigger. And now look, it is completely reversed. Completely reversed. It's not gone positive yet, but it's completely reversed from 14, about 15 up to 16.20. Remember, I was going to short this one. See that blue line there? It did not turn green, which would have been the trigger. I think there's a way in Brokerage Plus where you can create the limit out and do it all, like a limit out for every stock at once with a certain limit range. I think, but I've never tried it. I don't use Brokerage Plus, so obviously individual stocks, yes, you can just set your limit. Wow. No kidding. I don't recall seeing this in the pre-market for some reason. Oh, I know why. We saw it yesterday. We saw it yesterday. Yeah, no kidding. 50, $60, $62, $63 stock on Friday. And that's where it closed. Closed at $62 on Friday. Imagine waking up Monday morning to this. Oh, Jex, I'm not an investment advisor. I cannot answer a question like that for you. Should you get rid of your GME calls? If you're, I'm sorry, that's be your decision. I cannot give any advice like that. Yeah, well, DKI has been halted now since, so you're asking the question. So far, it's been a 20-minute halt so far for DKI. It got halted at 11:15 and now we're at 11:36, so over a 20-minute halt. Yeah, because if I said, "Yeah, you should dump them or do something," and then the next second, something, happens that would have made you more money, I and also I have no experience, option trading whatsoever. So, well, flat and all, yeah, but I'm thinking I mean, I don't use it, but I thought limit all could also or limit would also if you could limit all and, like, limit all of them at a certain price. I may be wrong, Shady, I don't know. I think, but I wouldn't use it. I would go individually. What's my take on MSS? Well, yeah, I remember this now. Yesterday, it got hammered down. Well, nothing really I don't know what to say, really. I mean, it's a lot of volume. It's trying to do a bit of a bounce, but, I have nothing more to say about it. I mean, it got hammered down yesterday. I mean, this was as high as $4 and it closed down here, dollar. That's what I thought. You could limit out multiple positions at once. So you'd have to pick you would have to, pick whatever that limit number is, right, Pepe? Like 5 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, whatever that number is. Oh, well, JJX, I can't know that you're saying it as a joke. How can I know that? I have to treat everything I see as being a serious question. Because if you flatten it, it's gonna go out at market. Well, it could. I mean, it could. I mean, if you got the faith that I mean, look, you put a stop at 108, I guess, the low of, yesterday, and, as a lottery ticket, I'm being asked about MSS, as a complete lottery ticket. The question is, why did it drop like that? I can't remember. So that's even worse. It was a serious question I had as a joke, but I didn't expect a real answer. That makes it even tougher for me. But that's okay. All right, guys, 11:39. So in about 20 minutes. It's a break time for me. So if you're talking about the VWAP, so when you say it doesn't align, so if you're looking at this number here for the VWAP, that is the VWAP without looking at pre-market data. That's excuse me. No, in this case, you're about the same. But let's take a look at a stock that was really active, maybe. Yeah, it's the same. Well, path. That should be one. So if this is what you're talking about, yeah, about the same. Interesting, because the VWAP here is supposed to be without pre-market volume, and this VWAP, though, which I like, is including pre-market volume. So is that the difference that you're talk or looking at? Usually, there's with pre-market volume included. Usually, there's a quite a bit of a difference between the line on my chart and this one here. So far, I'm not seeing too much difference. Yeah, interesting. Maybe they've changed it to a pre-market volume now too. No, path shows 1453 here in the single stock window, and also 1450, about the same on my line. Now, if your VWAP is different, I have no explanation for that. I mean, if you're looking at some other charting program or some other data, yeah, your broker platform, I have no explanation. I'd have to do a poll, you know, and say, okay, guys, check different brokerage platforms. But that's what we've got. So I can't tell you why it'd be different. This is the VWAP for the day, of course. If your VWAP is a lot different, who's your broker? Greg? Just out of curiosity. Trade Station? Is that Trade Station? TS? Yeah, okay. Well, anybody with Trade Station in the room, check a VWAP for me, the VWAP for the day. Anybody who has Trade Station? Don't know too many people with trades. I mean, I know Trade Station is a very popular program. I do get it, but I don't know too many that have Trade Station. I know that we're trying to work with Trade Station right now, or we are working with Trade Station now, and hopefully that will be maybe the next broker that you can actually link with Trade Ideas and Brokers Plus. For Path, it shows 1453. Okay, 1453. That's the daily VWAP that we have that are okay. Yeah, well, daily. I mean, it's the VWAP for the day. The daily. They don't change depending on the time frame you're looking at. At least they shouldn't. It's the VWAP for the day. 1453. That is what we have. It shouldn't matter though. The time frame should not matter. I mean, look, I'm looking here. I mean, within a penny or so, but 1450. 1450. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart. That's a 2-minute chart. I'm eyeballing it, of course. It shouldn't matter. It's the VWAP for the day. Don't know really what you're talking about, JJix. I'm a retail trader, so I don't know what you're talking about exactly, but Zura. So is this shortable? Now it is shortable. There's a lot of shorts. Amazing. 3.5 million. So ZURA, yeah, maybe underneath the VWAP, guys. Underneath the VWAP, underneath the whole number 4. Well, I'm very willing to answer questions, JJX. I mean, I try not to talk over the audience, but I mean, if people have basic questions, I mean, I'm very willing to attempt to answer them. Trade Ideas does not teach you how to trade, of course. It's an idea generator, and that's the purpose of the rooms. Okay, I don't know if you're being serious to bring additional charisma and energy. Okay, maybe it's not the right room for you. I don't know. May you tell you what? Hang around for Chris, and maybe you'll like Chris better. He'll be there in 12 minutes. Okay. Well, if I had to guess, he's a big Miami Dolphin fan, so he's going to be happy after last night. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:49. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room, and so you guys can head over and listen to Chris. Chris will be there in about 12 minutes, so don't go yet. But I just don't want to forget doing it. Government shutdown odds rise to 80%. Okay, just looking at here. William. Boy, I keep eyeballing this G-Gal. It's just hanging around. Okay, guys, now D-Pro may not be over. I mean, it had a fantastic run off the reentry price, and it pulled all the way back, got back down to that reentry price actually, and now little blue here. The float 21 million. So let's take a look at a weekly chart because yeah, so I mean it's got room on a monthly chart, 1176. So it could be one of these ones that later on in the day, maybe later on in the day, taking out 9, might go on another run. Okay, so I'm going to put a price limiter on 916 to see if it gets over 9 again. Number one. Ooh.
All right, guys. Yeah, GCal. Okay, now with the market, I mean, the market is just it's very difficult, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be trying to play the spy today or the major markets that or the indices today. Not with this going on. One of the more choppy days we've seen in a while. Is BENF over $1 now? Yeah, it was over $1 earlier. No, it's still not over. I'm sorry, it was not over $1 earlier. It was always under $1, but you're saying it's popping now. Yeah. Look at the volume. 282 million shares are traded, 8 million in the float. Turn the float over 33 times. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement up here. Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 4 minutes. So I'm not gone yet, obviously, but just waiting for Chris to show up. So I don't share the exact. I mean, Greg, if you can kind of cherry pick what you want, okay? Just give me a moment. So I am sharing a lot of links, okay, or a lot of. I call them scans. I may just call them scans. Technically, these are not scans, but I'll call them scans. So if you click on my homepage link I just put in there, you're going to see what I'm sharing right now. You can kind of pick and choose. So scroll down, middle section, scans.
And so this is the biggest gainers right here from the start of the race. If you wanted these two, I can give them to you. They're not on my homepage right now, but a lot of people don't care. They just want this one. So that's why I don't put it on my homepage. The Halts Resumes is right here. And the single stock window is down here. But as you can, and this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But you can see I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running myself though, but doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay, but you can take a look at these. This is probably the most popular race just because it's the most volatile. You see big percentage moves. These can be kind of boring, but sometimes boring is good. And with everything that I've got, you can always adjust. You can always change the criteria. Maybe you don't like the price range that I'm using, minimum volume, whatever you want. You can always adjust it. I run these all day. I run these all day. I start at 9:30. When the 9:30 market open, call it, and I run these all day. That's why a top 10 list is built. Okay. All right, just give me one moment, Chris. So, guys, I think Chris just popped into the room. So, I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour from now. And one more thing to do, Chris, stop my music so I can hear you. And in the interim, try to generate just a little bit more charisma. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Phenomenal. How are you, Barry?
Phenomenal. All right. Now, I've told people that you will at least demonstrate the money machine. Will you do that?
Yeah, open forum. So anything anybody wants to see, they will get it.
Okay.
Easy.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll leave you now to so you can set up, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. We'll see you then, Barry. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All righty, everybody, folks. So welcome to my screen. All right. Yep. Eyes are on it. Perfect. So as I mentioned to Barry, it's an open forum. I don't do pre-done content for these. I like this as a back and forth between us. You folks drive the content with your questions. Make sure that you are getting the answers you're really seeking. I've said it many times at this point. Anybody can talk market at you or anything like that. There's a million literally talking heads out there want to shout how smart they are from the rooftop as far as the market goes. I don't see any reason for me to jump on that bandwagon. But what I do is have an in-depth knowledge of the Trade Idea software here. You folks want to throw those questions in here, and I will do my best to answer those. So I learned a strategy from so in the those videos, Colleen, that I shared, you should find the collab link there. But if you're not finding it for some reason, right-click the top list, go to collaborate, and you get the collaborate link there, and you'll copy that and you'll paste it over into the money machine. You paste that in here, money machine, configure, or not configure, sorry, paste collab link. So that's where you'll do that. Chris, what exactly do the 4 checkboxes and the stops and exits mean in detail? So those are going to mean, let's open those up. I surmise you're talking about these 4 these boxes here, or I'm guessing maybe the top 4 anyways. So this is essentially saying that if your position falls this much, and it's going to pull it out of the rank to get you out on the rank. And then this rank adjustment here is how many minutes of an offset, meaning that if it's been in a top rank for X amount of time, don't just pull it right out on me, essentially. This is a protective stop, meaning if the stock falls this much, get me out, period. And this is if you want to change what the adjusted entry positions is, meaning that in here, you got a max position of, let's say, 3. but you don't want, you don't want all of your positions to rotate. You can change that number here essentially for the rotation of that. So that's what those 4 mean there. I surmise those are the 4 you're talking about. If not, go ahead and let me know. Arthur, Chris, trade wave and money machine works because on my side it doesn't buy. Don't know why. Yes, it works. But what you got to understand is this with it. Bear with me while I bring that up here. So you're getting in and out on the trade wave there. So if you got that selected, you got to pick what time frame on the trade wave you're getting in. Are you getting in on the candle closing above the top of the wave, or are you getting in closing above the bottom of the wave, right? And then on the exit side here, a close below the wave would get you out. Below the top of the wave would get you out. A close below the bottom of the wave would get you out. Bear with me one second. It reminds me of something. I got to make an edit on something for my report with the dev team here, because you can check multiple boxes there and you should not be able to do that. And I'll show what I mean in just one second. So what I mean is this. Right now, I can actually put check mark in both those boxes for the entry. You should not be able to do it. You got to pick one or the other. So while it allows you to do it, I have no idea what it will do by doing that. Once you've got that all sorted with your strategy and everything, there's an exclusion in here saying that if you're X amount above the top of the wave, to not get you in. It's a way to stop you from chasing. So if we were looking at a 60-minute wave, look how IPG is, if I decided whatever that is, the distance between here and there, I don't want to be in chasing that. It would not get me in. And then also a way to try to stop you from getting chopped up here is when the distance between the bands is less than whatever you pick in dollars here. Don't get me in as well. So you got to make sure that everything's fitting how you are looking for. I'm not sure if I'm doing another Zoom at this point this week. I am beyond incredibly overwhelmed right now with support stuff. So if I do another one, we'll send something out the morning of. If I do it, it'll be either tomorrow or it'll be Thursday. The time will only be from 11 to 1 this time. If yours doesn't look like that, then you're not in the right box there. This is in the money machine settings. So if you click money machine settings and you click trade wave and you click stop and exits, this is what it looks like with the trade wave. But you have to check the trade wave. It doesn't know you want the trade wave unless you tell it to use that. And it's your scan based on trade wave of your scan, not something you can create and just say, hey, make me this trade wave. I'm just on YouTube here. I mean, we have a Trade Ideas homepage if you're looking for that. Here's a Trade Ideas homepage. And then bear with me. I see there's other things that I've kind of skipped around for a moment just to stay on a topic for a second. External linking. Yeah, you got to build the external linking every day. Sorry there, Greg. We've tried to set it up where you didn't have to, but they make changes on the other side of those apps all the time that bust that way we save it. And they have no consideration for us whatsoever. These softwares don't even know we link to them. There's no partnership between it. It's just us trying to build into their software. So unfortunately, got to take those steps each morning. And stop and exits. A trailing stop. Yeah, the trailing stop has nothing to do with the trade wave, though. They're complete opposites. So again, if you have trade wave checked, you don't get a trailing stop. If you do not have trade wave checked, you can get the trailing stop. So you get the rank here, which I was talking about at first, and then the trailing stop tab over here on that. So I think I caught up. If I missed something or you need me to do a little more detail on something, please let me know. Pepe, is this after leaving the software on overnight, or? Because I haven't had a problem flattening for myself yet, but that does not mean there couldn't be. I'm just going to throw myself in a couple positions here. No, happened multiple times. All right. Just going to play with this for a moment with flattening and opening positions real quick while I wait for some other questions to come in. And SKM, perfect. Glad that made sense. I know there's a lot to unpack with this, and things overlap and all that. So work in progress to understand it for myself, let alone anybody else. So we totally get that. Totally get that. So keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy. I just want to play with this right here, see if I can replicate what Pepe's got going on there. I don't use the flat button a terribly large amount, although I have been using it a little more recently when I'm turning on and off the money machine. So. I'm going to let those sit for a little bit, and then I'm going to try to flatten them. Nope, I don't believe in stupid questions. Meaning I don't believe there are stupid questions. Like I said, first off, the software is a lot, let alone this money machine is an incredible amount. I think incredibly powerful, but it's an incredible amount of instruction information in it. So I don't take that kind of stuff lightly when it comes to the support side of things. So David, there's no way this is the max setting, right? That would be like trying to predict the movements of a stock. There's no possible way I can go over the settings of them, but this is getting you out with your max profits, right? Because there's no way to know if a stock pulls back and hits your stop, right? Your trailing stop, and then it bounces and goes back above, you're out, right? And if a stock hits it and then keeps falling, you look like a genius here. And here you feel like, oh man, I left the money on the table. There's no way to know how far it may move back down. And if it moves down, if it would move back up, right? It's a give and take. The tighter you make these stops, right? You're getting out with more profit early without a question if there's any pullback. But the tighter you make it, you could have, just a small pullback that ends up moving up. There's no way to predict that that's going to happen, right? So, I mean, if it's for that, if you don't care about the bounce, then tighten it, get real tight, but just know that, that causes whipsaw. And you're likely going to leave money on the table without a question. There'll be times when it looks, like I said, like you're a genius or it's the right setting because boom, it got me out and it never really moved again afterwards. And times where it got you out and then it reversed within a minute and then you're like, darn, I left 1, 2, 3, 4, % on the table. But this is where the activation comes in, right? So when the price increases that much, the initial trailing stop activates at this level down. So just for example, let's plug some numbers in here and walk through it. This is saying if we move up 3%, I want a 3% trailing stop. And then we can say for every, let's say, 0.5% we move up after the trailing stop comes in, I want this to tighten 0.5%, but I never want it to get closer than 1.5%, for example. So if you're already starting with a very tight number here on the initial trailing stop, this isn't going to play much of a role at that point because you don't have a lot of wiggle room, right? I mean, if you're starting with initial trailing stop at just 1% below, and keep in mind, if you've got a $5 stock and you've got a 1% stop, do the math on that. You're getting whipped out of that real fast, right? What are the odds that you don't pull back a few cents, literally? So there's a lot that has to go into this thought process here. It's not one size fits all on any of this. Isn't that what Money Machine is? The Money Machine automates top list for you, and then it gives you some different dynamics in the stops for it. You decide what those dynamics are, though. But it doesn't have a way to predict how to make movements on it. So again, if you go with the 1% stop, you're not going to be able to tighten it. All right, I will keep playing with the flattening and then seeing if I can't get it to reproduce, just moving at all. So I'm just going to continuously randomly take some positions here throughout the session, let them sit for a little bit, and then try to flatten them every now and again. Figure I'm bound to trigger it at some point here. So, that's where, still having some sort of an idea of what you want from the strategy, it comes in there for you, David. The more volatile the stocks that you're getting in, the tighter the stop is, you're going to get stopped out quicker. And that doesn't mean you're going to get stopped out in the profit either, right? So that's, also something to keep in mind. It's a give and take. The more line you let out, the more room there is for losses. The tighter the line is as you pull it in, right? The more room there is for you to get knocked out before you even have a chance to let the position work. So keep the questions coming. Keep the question coming. Is there any way to enlarge the font on a race? Nope, Greg, sorry, no way to increase the font on the races. There's only two spots to change font. One is directly in a single stock window. If you right click, there's font size, small, normal, large. And outside of that, it is just really, I think it's in the scans only, the alert windows and top list. You can go to tools, options, general, and you can find font size here at the bottom on that. No way to replicate races in the Money Machine at this point. That'll be something that we look to bring in at another point, but just the tree maps for now. So, you can take the underlying top list out of a race, but it's not going to have the way the race sorts things and shows your winners. Because, you right click, open top list from the race, and you get a number of things in here. But what you can't do is you can't duplicate the race setup in here, how they're moving based on these items in here. The only thing you have is the sort, which is, bear with me, I'll have the race set up. The only thing you have is the sort, which as far as the Money Machine goes, it would be this here, filter sort. So you have the top list, and the way races work is like this. You build a top list underneath the race and you say, top list, find me these stocks that do whatever filters I decide on. And then from there, you tell the race, I want you to order the stocks that you found in a certain way. And then I want you to show them moving in another way once they're found and ordered. You can't show the movement on the top list or the tree map. You can just rank them with the filter sort. So there's that one component of the race that isn't there in the top list. Is there settings that can be adjusted to get help into the best entry price? It's, again, all give and take, right? If you're using the trade wave, you know, the more you give as far as space goes, the longer it could be before you get in. What do I mean by that? If we come here and we say, you know, don't get me in if we're, you know, 5% above the top of the wave, you know, the stock could still be moving and you kind of always remain for a while at that, you're not getting in, right? And if it's 1% above the wave, you know, it could be too soon. You know, again, there's no happy medium on this. No days are going to be the same. There's never been in the history of the stock market 2 days that were exactly the same, the way stocks traded in it. So, you know, these are the kinds of trial and error that you'll have to figure. You know, something that I've learned between yesterday and today is yesterday I had started the money machine. It went really well at the beginning for me in the first, let's say, 40 minutes or so. And then I was messing around with it and I'd lost some of the management of my positions and whatever else. But all the same, the market turned and what I did was going to, you know, give back what I had. And so I needed to shut down at that point. You know, today's another example of that, where I'm learning now that on the days where the market is looking, you know, nice, starting it at 9:40, 9:45 Eastern, things have worked out well. Today I started at that time. It's just been kind of a steady, slow move down here on the P&L, you know, and now it's just grinding sideways as the market's been grinding sideways. When I first started this, the green bar was at 82%. I haven't done anything. We've just been kind of selling off since then on these new highs versus new lows over the last 30 days. And this has generally been a decent indicator for me if, you know, I want to stay in things or I want to stay out of things. I should rephrase that. This has been a decent indicator if I want to get into anything and stay in it, or if I want to stay out or get out of things. It's been a decent indicator for me. It's not perfect, you know, by any means, but there's tea leaves there to have at and read a little. Do you need to change the amount of lanes? It depends on how many stocks you want to see coming through this. You know, I've got mine set up to 10. When I was really using races and trying to day trade from them, I didn't want too many things at once. There's no possible way I could look at like 100 stocks at once and make a decision from it. Give me, you know, I don't know, the top 10-ish stocks moving and let me focus on those. That's what I liked about the races. It kept my attention focused versus, you know, an alert windows just constantly flashing alert, 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 alert. And my brain cannot keep up with that. You know, I'm trying to look at a top list here and it's just this grid of numbers here and, you know, what's moving, what's happening. You know, this is very clear to me. It's very visual. I'm a very visual person in that regard. Here's what you asked me to look for. Here's how I ordered them according to what you told me to order them. Here's how they're moving. Take a look. Do you like it? No? Okay, there's nothing for you then. That's you know, how my kind of mentality was behind the races. I mean, it could. I've got the money machine running since 9:40 this morning. So, you know, I've flattened a number of positions. Let's give another go. All three gone again. So I'm going to keep doing this. Keep buying positions and see if I can't replicate this here for you guys. To change the lanes, you have to stop the race. So let me duplicate this here. So So stop the race, right? Race is stopped. It's a red window. Show race setup. Number of lanes. Change your lanes. There's 5. And make sure you have enough space, right? Space matters on this. And restart. And now, look, 5 stocks. But if I stop this, and let's just say, I think the max you can have is 20. But if I put 20 here, I'm probably not going to be able to fit all 20 stocks. I don't even know if there's 20 stocks that meet this. Yeah. Yeah, 10 stocks right there. Let me just make sure I open top list. There's definitely more than 10 stocks that meet that. So space will matter as well. Yeah, I can do that with the money machine. I wanted to let it run for the day and see if my strategy turned around, but I realized working support, I'm never going to be able to really test strategies at this point. So there, money machine's done for me. Here's the settings. I use the trade wave. And let's see. There, just got me in 3 right away as soon as I clicked it. So without a question, it is working. And if I click on any of these, there's my stop price, and you see money machine trade wave stop loss at $15.48 right now. And that will move with the wave. So it's really just a matter of going through the settings. And you are welcome, Greg. Glad you got you sorted on that. Perfect, perfect. Sorry, sent an email to a user who doesn't seem to want to come here. Get some help for whatever reason. Nope, no way to upload a picture here, Arthur. Sorry. What I would suggest to you is this. Come into the money machine settings. Make sure you actually have a strategy in here, right? That there's actually something. And to know if you do, come here and don't make sure it's not running when you do this. Come into the settings. Click on the 3 dots and go to configure and make sure there's something in here. If this is blank, it doesn't have anything, then you do not have a strategy loaded. That's the first and most important part of it, right? Then make sure your trade wave is set right there. You've got, an actual strategy in there. You have a filter sort here. Make sure you've got your filter sort selected. Then come in here and choose your wave time. Choose how you want to enter. Choose how you want to exit. And in here, I would give this a very high number right now to make sure that you get into stocks, right? That would be the first step. Let's just get it running. So I don't know, put 15% above the top wave. And then if the distance, I don't know, let's say the distance between the two bands is less than, let's go just, 1 cent. Interesting. I can't do less than 10 cents on this. All right, so go with 0.1. And, that's where I'd be starting with this anyways, as some examples to make sure that you're going to just be able to get in. Anything that I'm in, yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't tell you to enter any of them because I've had them from well below where they are. I mean, I'm in AAOI, but I've got a very good price on it right now. I'm in AAOI from $20.10 right here and just kind of hanging out. And I sold some here and I added some back here again. So I got in back here, I sold some here, topped out here, and on this pullback into 25, I bought some again. So, I mean, I'm sitting very nice and comfortable in that position right now. So I wouldn't exactly recommend buying into it unless you have a real strong reason you think you should be buying into it. And I'm kind of playing it off this 30 again. And that's all actually I'm doing right now. I'm not really interested in anything else while we're chopping around the last however many days. I mean, we just kind of made a significant move over the last however long again. And so looks like, we're digesting. I mean, here's, beautiful move on a 60-minute chart, kind of pulling back here at this point a little bit. So let things digest for a day or three and we'll see what happens from there. So keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep those coming at me. And while we're hanging here, let's flatten these again. Pfizer. Got a lot of positions for this here. Let's see, Mighty Mouse. On your ratios, can I use them on daily and weekly charts or time frames rather? I'm not sure what you mean by ratios. If you could give me some context. I'm just not following, sorry. Hey, SPY's on this again. What do you know? TJ Maxx. Isn't that a recession stock? All right, we got a nice set of positions there. Money Machine's running here. We basically had it running all day, so I'm just keeping with all the things. Yeah, 3 sharp. I did. All I did is I talked about them. I've been in AAOI for a while now. Again, I picked it up back here when it was banging around 20 bucks. I sold some here, and I didn't get the top out on it, and I bought some back in here on this pullback to 25. I'm looking to play it back off $30 again, give or take. But like I said, I'm in this. I'm sitting very comfortable in it, and I've taken profits on it, some healthy profits on it. So if you're looking for an idea, I don't think AAOI is it unless you have some real conviction reason. But, if you're looking to just try to follow something I did, I would highly recommend against it, considering that I'm well in the profit right now on this. If today I don't see a bounce in it today, I may be cutting the rest of what I have today. I mean, yeah, you can send an email, Arthur. Just include, I'm gonna need a cloud link to the scan you're using, number one. Number two, I want to see a screenshot of all this, and then a screenshot of all of this, right? So you can send those over like that and see if there's something I can discern from that. A red and green line. What red and green? Oh, this. I'm guessing you're talking about the compare count window, Mighty Mouse. This is looking at 30-day highs versus 30-day lows, and that's based on then that includes weekends. I can share with you if you want. You can make it whatever you want. I have other compare count windows that here, like I'll make a compare count window with you right now, and I'll show you how this is done. So we go to new compare count window. Let's get the green data, configure. It's going to have some defaults in here, so I'm going to get rid of. I don't care about pre-market and post-market highs. And if I leave this 0, it's just looking at today's highs, right? And then maybe in the window specific filters. I'm not. What do I want? I want to make sure I'm looking at stocks, I guess, that can actually move the market a little bit, or really considered. So let's get rid of the cap. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's go with volume on the day here. Where's volume? Shares. Add that filter, and let's say, I want to see stuff that's traded at least, 750,000 shares on the day. And I could add a market cap filter if I wanted, for example, to, make sure that we've got enough weighting. But, just leave that like that for now. And then you'd configure the red data to match what you did on the green data side. So configure, I'm going to get rid of the post-market and pre-market lows. We're going to hide those. So now we're just looking at new lows. And I'm going to give that a floor, but I'm going to take away the ceiling again. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to add 750 on that same thing again. And then this would be telling me those stocks that are the new highs versus new lows comparison after I press OK. And we'll watch that unfold right now, starting from this moment on the day. And these are the tickers that meet the new highs on the bottom. And anytime a new low comes, we'll see that come across here as well in print. So there's the new lows. You want to compare large cap. You can't do two greens versus each other. Not in the same window anyways. You're comparing, this is, the point of the compare count window is compare the negative versus positive of two similar situations. The same kind of stocks versus each other and what's outweighing what. That's how those work there, Mighty Mouse. No, Aussie. You can't use the money machine to manually to automatically do anything you've entered manually. You enter it manually, you have to continue it manually. I mean, I tell you this, actually. You know what, Mighty Mouse? Now that I think about it, now that I think more on it, you could do this, actually. So we come to configure. I can make the green data whatever I want. I can make the red data. I don't have to make the red data negative, actually, right? I could do this. tell this and say, no, I want new highs. Add alert. So they're both looking at new highs. And then I can set this up with whatever I decide is, there's no way to necessarily say value versus growth, right? Unless you're going to have this unless you're going to give it symbols list to look at and say, look at these value stocks versus on the other side, look at these growth stocks, right? So if I wanted green for growth, I'd have to create a symbols list of what I believe are growth stocks, and then have this look at that list with the new highs checked. And I probably wouldn't do any filters at that point. I would get rid of all filters because I'm already telling it what stocks to look at. Now I just want to see the highs and lows of them, right? So I would get rid of those, and I would just be looking at new highs and pick the symbols list. You've got to make the symbols list at this point, right? And add that. Once you make the list, add it over here and tell this only the following lists and put the check mark into it, right? And so that was your growth. And then you could do the value here. Again, you get rid of the Windows specific filters, and you'd only look at the new highs, which we got going. I didn't say it before. Which we got going right there. And then on this, you would look for your red for the value, whatever your symbols list that you created for the value stocks you want to look at. Again, you'd add it, put the check mark in it. So make sure this drop down's only the following list. So yes, actually you could do what you were looking for. Just never thought of it in that regard. My mind was tripped up by thinking red has to equal negative. It doesn't actually have to equal negative. Kind of a preconditioned notion. I wouldn't say that, Mighty Mouse. I'm not confused. I mean, here's a mock build of this whole thing. Ready? I'm just going to make some stuff up as far as the stocks go, but let's just pretend. All right. I'm going to go to Tools, Symbols List, create new list. I'm going to call this my growth stocks. All right. There's my growth stocks. There's the list. All right. Now I'm going to find that list here, double click it. I'm going to add stocks to it. I'm just using Apple because that's what I'm going to use for this example in there. And I could populate whatever else I want in there, but for the purpose of this, Apple, done. All right. And then I'm going to create a new list, my value stocks. There we go. I'll create a value stocks. It is here. They're alphabetical order. It's empty. I'm going to give this a value stock, Tesla. I'm just picking on these because they're names that I can think of off the top of my head real fast. Done. All right. Now I've got those lists. Now I'm going to go new. I'm going to go compare count window. I'm going to configure my green data, and this is going to be my growth stocks that are making new highs. And I'm going to make sure it's just the regular new highs. Boom, done. And I don't want any filters in here at all. No filters. Why do I want no filters? Because I already told it what stocks to find. Filters find you stocks. I don't need this to find me stocks. I found it. I just want to know the new highs versus the new lows, or new highs versus the new highs on these two different ones. So now we're going to come to symbols lists. Let me get rid of all these old ones. I'm going to add existing list. I'm going to look for, if these are alphabetical order, so I'm going to go for G for growth. Growth stocks, and see it says personal in the parentheses. I click it, and now I'm going to put a check mark in it. And this drop down menu says only the following stocks. So all this is going to do is alert me when any of these new stocks that is on my list makes a new high. I don't care about the price or anything like that. It's relevant, right? Press OK. Press OK. Done. And then I'm going to come and configure the red data. And I'm going to come to the selected alerts, and I'm going to check the new high again. I'm going to get rid of these lows because I don't actually want negative data on this. Unhide those. Come to window specific filters. I want no filters because I already know the stocks I want. I don't need you to find the stocks. I already found them for you. And we're going to get rid of the growth stocks from there because now we're looking for the value stocks. So I'm going to add that list, value stocks. Scroll down to V. There's value stocks, personal. Click it. And we're on only the following lists. And in the summary, I'm not going to let it be called negative. So positive value. Press OK. I didn't name the other one. Let me name it real quick. Wouldn't make sense if I didn't do that, right? So this is back to the green data. Positive growth. Okay. And OK. And, I don't know if either one of these is making any new highs today. They're probably not. So there's no data that's going to come into this necessarily. But should either of those make a new high on the day, I'm going to see a ticker come across here, and I'm going to see the line start to move according to that, the growth versus value. And neither one is negative. They're both positive, actually. They're both positive. Just red is positive value, green is positive growth. And so that's how I could compare growth versus value for the day. But you got to decide what's growth and value. You need to create those lists and put them in here, like I just showed by going to tools and symbols lists. And that's how you can do that. Delete. 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 So hopefully that helped get you to where you're going. Don't be shy, folks. We've got some more questions. I think it would be better to do it with the two lists of stocks. Otherwise, you're simply just comparing two ETFs and what they're doing. If they're not making new highs and lows on the day at all, you're never going to get any data. At least if you got, let's say, 50 stocks in each list, you're bound to likely they're likely to find at least one of those stocks making new highs on the day. No, we don't have VIX data. You could use the VXX, but I think that's a terrible metric. That's just my 2 cents. So you could have it, you can make it specifically look at just the VXX and the SPY, sure. But what the heck? I clicked VXX, I swear. I seem to have lost it. There it is. I just don't think that this is a great measure of the VIX, to be honest, because it's a decaying ETF or ETN, whatever you want to call it. ETN, I guess, really is what it is. I want to test the flatten again here. Am I in the right tab? Nope, that's the money machine tab. There we go. All right. Let's get another set going. So I'll just keep banging away on this. I'm bound to trip it at some point. So a couple more minutes here, folks, before I wrap up for the day. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, that's a good blotter. There we go. Is the shutdown priced in? I don't know what that means. Are you talking about the money machine? No, you wouldn't know where you're getting the settlement until you close out the positions. Like, for example, you can make it so that it exits the positions when you stop, but you're not going to know exactly where you're going to get the fill on the, well, I guess on the money machine right now, because you could select, do you want the fill on the last or the bid and ask? So you could know that, I suppose. It would be a bunch of math to do in your head, and clicking through each one of these and then wondering if, then you'd have to know if the price changed in between the clickings. None right now. It's only paper trading. No brokers at this moment. It is paper mode for the foreseeable future. So, well, to shut off and turn back on of the money machine, the strategy here and swapping a trade wave hasn't done a whole lot. I mean, it fought its way back here, back down to where it fought its way from. So, Well, let's move some of these things in a positive direction anyways. But I mean, look at the market right now. It's almost like someone turned it off. 99 on the relative volume, or 0.99 on the relative volume, excuse me. And move up, a little move down, a little move up, a little move down. Sorry, a little move up, move down, a little move up, a little move down. So we haven't gone anywhere in 1, 2, 3, 4. Today's the 5th trading day. We haven't gone anywhere. My personal trading style, I like to swing trade. I like to find things that are in an uptrend. I like to see them in an uptrend for at least a week or two without really running away from anything either. I put them to watch lists and kind of watch and stalk the stocks for a little bit. Come up with some plans. If this happens, then I like this scenario. If that happens, then I would proceed in this way. So I like to make a lot of if-then scenarios. So another couple minutes here, folks, before I turn this back over to Barry. If there are any questions, don't be shy. This is the moment. This is the moment. Get things ready on my end for a meeting. Can I take a look at JP Morgan? Sure, I can look at JP Morgan. Bear with me while I'm loading this. JP Morgan, JPM. Steady as she goes, right? Rocking, consolidate, move up, slight pullback, consolidate, couldn't break out, continue to consolidate, break out, retest the breakout, break out, consolidate. So that's what we got going on there. I mean, I'd be very comfortable saying this, that whatever the market does, JP Morgan is going to do it too. And then you get a little chicken and egg, meaning, JP Morgan sells off. How is that impacting the market? Nearing a trillion in market cap, it's going to have some impact on the market. If JP Morgan comes out and has some kind of bad earnings or bad news or anything like that. So it starts to become a little chicken and eggish with a stock like this, the same as an Apple or Tesla or Nvidia, Google, Microsoft, so on and so forth. I have a 5-minute chart here because of streaming. If I didn't stream, I would never have a 5-minute chart up. I just use the 60-minute and the daily chart. Occasionally I swap to a weekly chart. I don't use any indicators with the exception of this black line, which is the lowest period, or lowest point it's been over the last 20 days. I keep the trade wave up just to, show off the indicator for those that are curious about it. But I don't like any. The only thing I care about is price, volume, and support and resistance. That's it. I don't care about moving averages. I don't care about anything else. For funsies, once in a while, maybe I'm looking at a VWAP anchored from something major, to try to find some support and resistance levels. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I find the more simple I keep things, the better off I am. Let's find trends. Let's identify them. Let's come up with some if-then scenarios. If the trend continues, I like it at this point. If the trend fails, I no longer like it at this point. Nope, it's the lowest period. It's the lowest price point over the last 20 days, multi-period low. So I like the old indicator manager better. So I'm going to go in here and get rid of the new indicator manager. I'm going to come to indicators. I'm going to come down here to multi-period low. You see it's got a 20 there. I like it in the black line. So I just make that adjustment. And then Barry comes in.
Like he has. Now, Chris,
Yes.
because you're in all these meetings, what's the word on eventually just eliminating the old charts and just having the HTML charts?
They would have to pry them from my cold, dead hands.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, you're talking about the indicators, and the indicators are presented in one way on our old charts and another way in the HTML charts. It gets a little confusing for people.
I think there's less confusion now because everybody's defaulted to all the new stuff. So anybody that signed up within the last however long, they've only known these charts actually, versus folks that have been around since, I don't know, what these charts 2 years old at this point, I guess. So anybody that was around prior to sometime in 2023, let's say, they would know the legacy charts then, which when I'm not streaming is what I'm looking at.
Right. Okay. I actually don't. I mean, my system now can handle the browser interface charts not too badly. I don't mind them. The only thing I really don't like is having to click on the candle in order to double left click on the candle. Sometimes it doesn't work in order to bring that little pop up. So that's why I like being able to just hover over the candle in the old charts and see right at the very top all the information I want. That's the only thing. Yeah.
I'm the same way with all those things. Also, I don't want anything on my charts. I don't need fancy bells and whistles. I don't need any of the data that's on that whatsoever. Give me the volume, give me the price, get off my charts.
I hear you, but I don't have all that data. I mean, I don't mind seeing it in a little more I guess a harder representation or a firmer representation, the percentage down and up, etc. I don't mind that, but no, that double all the other information, the shares outstanding, float, etc. It just I don't like that at all. But it gives you the option at least to delete or to cover it up, hide it. So I don't mind that.
Yeah.
But, and I wish they would fix the crosshair on the sync. Well, Rick, what's wrong with it?
It doesn't work. And
well, that's wrong. Okay.
Yeah, I don't use it. I have a JIRA report in there for probably 2 years on it. There's only so much I can do.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm not.
Okay, my friend.
People think I'm important. I'm not important.
Well, you've done double duty today. I don't expect to see you on Thursday, or I don't expect you to see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I don't expect to see you on Thursday or Friday. So have a great weekend, Chris. And I guess we'll see you Monday morning.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay. So let me just getting back in the rooms, guys. Okay. And one last thing to do. Just give me a moment. Just want to get my music going. Okay, guys. Now, I did something that I don't normally do because it really, I like to refer to it as definitely not trading 101. However, MLTX became very, I don't know if somebody mentioned this earlier, but for some reason, I did have a thumbnail on my other monitor, and I saw this, and I remember seeing this. Of course, we saw this yesterday. Got hammered, hammered, hammered down. But I saw this little action here, and I saw the high of yesterday was 715. So I decided to put a price alert right around the 716, 717 mark. Now, why I say it's not trading 101, because look at the 15-minute chart, super, super extended. Okay. Super extended. But I decided, you know what? Do it. So yeah, it worked out quite. I'm not in it anymore. I got in just about the 717 mark, and it hung there for about 10 minutes, and then boom, right up to almost 750, and then before it pulled back. So yeah, it was a nice. Now I am also going to put a price alert at the high of the day. You never know. I just can't remember what happened to this yesterday. I mean, I suppose I could look it up, but that worked out okay. I remember that now. It was actually it was a $60 stock. That's right. I remember looking at all this. You're right, Obi. But this is I mean, again, not trading 101 because it was way extended on the 15. So yeah, I mean, this could still go on a run. Watching the D Pro guys, and I think I have a price alert over nine, not nine, but yeah, over nine. Oops, where is it? Yeah, I have a price alert around 907. Let's just see. I want to see if it takes it out later on in the day. Maybe it goes on a run, a late day run. It's not a crazy low float, 21 million in the float. Did have some news. So I did read the news about DraftKings. I saw you posted that a while, not the news so much. You're just making a joke, William. But I did go into DraftKings and saw. So has anybody used this? Has anybody used this Kalshi? Which is, of course, now a predictive betting site. Whoa, look at the Ben F. You guys have been in the Ben F. Just popped over a dollar. Just popped over a dollar, guys. This has to be watched tomorrow. See, that's a big continuation. So, has anybody used this Kalshi site or Kalski site? Kalski site, which is a more a predictive, okay, where they are the gambling sites. They all rely on you and all the great work you do in analyzing what you think is going to be a good bet. Well, this is what I see here. This Kalshi creating some major waves in sports betting sector and taking what 5 to 10% of DraftKings and Flut, which is I guess Flutter or FanDuel. That's what I saw. Pulling 5 to 10% away from the sports betting sector. Some big guys behind it. Schwab is behind it. Charles Schwab. But I was just wondering if anybody has actually used it. Any of you guys who get into betting NFL? Anybody use this? Yeah, it had some interesting news, major NBC Universal Sports advertising partnership, but investors are considering competitive pressures in the gaming sector. I mean, let's face it. I mean, you bet right now, you're basically, you're doing your own work. You're gambling. You're thinking, okay, this is what I think is going to happen. The predictive nature of using something, it could be interesting, though, as everybody uses it, everybody's going to come up with the same thing. Now, isn't that interesting on the DKI? Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's another one. Just chalk up another one. So that particular platform, Three Sharps, or all of them. I don't know how many others there are. I'm talking to Three Sharps in our YouTube room. The event prediction app, that particular one, or all of them. I don't know how many others there are, but it's garnered $5 billion. All right, just going to cut that one out. I don't want to. I don't want to get into a flame war here, guys. Sorry. Just going to nip that one in the hood. In the hood, in the bud. Oh, I see. Hood. You mean they're using Hood to bet? I see. Okay, Robin Hood. Okay, I misinterpreted what you meant. Okay. Ah, William, you never miss a beat, do you? Now, Chow guys, keep an eye out. Well, okay. I mean, it's got to take. I mean, it could not today. I doubt if it'll happen today, but just put a price alert. Put a price alert around 672, which is the high looking left 3 days ago. Takes that out. I mean, we could get on a run again. Continuing to watch the MLTX to see if it can take out the high, which is around 745, 748, I think. Okay, guys, 110. So I think what I'll do is one last time for the day, looking at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including how to take out a subscription, but also the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so William will keep the room open 3:30 to 4 o'clock. 3:30 to 3:45 after I leave. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, bit of a convoluted presentation of the promos we've got, but listen carefully. So you can get 30% off a premium annual, 22% off the premium monthly. Remember the monthly, the 22% off is only the first month. And then 15% off the other plans meaning a premium, standard, monthly standard and an annual standard. And again, the annual, the monthly standard, first month only 15%. Okay. So these are the three options you have for taking out a subscription, getting a promotional code, or using a promo code. And if you want to, those of you who are on YouTube, if you want to come into the main room at any time, uh, save my homepage link. And then if you scroll down, here it is, the trading room. Trading room, a lot more action, more traders interacting with each other. There's no problem staying in YouTube, but if you do want a little more action amongst other traders, you can come into the main room. Also, things like, I was following some of the discussion that Chris was having, and you can't post anything in YouTube. So if you wanted to ever post anything, maybe give us like a link to take a look at, or even a screenshot. You cannot do that in YouTube. You can do it in the other room. And that's a YouTube deal. I mean, it's not us. As far as I know, anyway. Scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can get the trade of the week for free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you don't see it in either one of those two folders, then you can contact us by all means, okay? Or by all means, contact us. And what else? Education section is here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, first thing, must do, mandatory, getting started with trade ideas, short videos to get you started. Now look at Chow. Chow just took a pop just as I was talking about it. And it's not me. Wow. And it's at, remember I said, it may not happen today, but it's right at that high now. This is a float, 10 million. Okay. And it's not, not a lot of shares, 154,000. That's it. And it's only like 0.37 of normal. So I'd be a little wary of that. Anyway, they're getting started with trade ideas. Mandatory. Okay. Mandatory. You want to know the difference between alert windows and top lists? Why would you use one over the other, etc.? Very short videos. If you don't have trade ideas, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video. It'll give you an idea about what we're all about and whether or not it makes sense to even try us for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A whole series of free videos designed for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top, scroll down, and here they are. So this is the one you can see. This is the race you can see. If you want either of these two races, just let me know and I'll pop the link in. Don't have them on my homepage, but this is the link. This is the one that most people are probably most interested in, most active, most volatile. And that's the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Single stock window down here. Pulse resumes is over here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. These are a couple of tree maps. The pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. This will show you the ones that are most up percentage-wise, either up or down percentage-wise, okay? I do have other scans. These are alerts. These are scans with real-time alerts. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running right now, but you can take a look at them. A momentum scan, a gap continuation or reversal scan. So stocks that have gapped up and reversed, stocks that have gapped down and reversed, or stocks that have gapped up and gone higher, or stocks that have gone down and gone lower. Okay, there are four scans in here. And then the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo Pepe scan. You can take a look at this also. Why am I not looking at these anymore? Try to really simplify everything I do now. Okay, so the difference, good question, Stacy. So the question is, what is the difference between these three races? So in these two races, this race doesn't have a market cap or a minimum float, like a minimum market cap or a minimum float, okay? Number one. So consequently, you will see stocks that can have big percentage moves here, okay? I mean, 1.5% isn't huge, but typically you're not going to see big percentage moves in either this one on the way up or this one on the way down. Why? Just to show you what the top list is in here, because remember, all races start from a top list window. So notice this is how I configured this particular top list window. Notice very few filters. The price is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up to shares have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Really, really hardly any filters in at all. Well, that's why you can get a lot of stocks that are really moving higher percentage wise during the race. This one, here's the big difference. See, first of all, hardly any stocks right now meeting the filter requirements. Doesn't mean these are the only ones all day. You can have different stocks coming in. The list can get bigger, can get smaller. But this is why you're not getting too many, because I have more filters in here. Okay, the big one, two big ones, 500,000 or 500 million market cap and a 50 million minimum float. So you're looking at more larger cap stocks. Typically, then larger cap stocks are not going to have big percentage moves. Number one. Also, I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. That's what this filter does. The position in the day's range. So it's not quite at the high. You could see stocks right at the high of the day, but certainly close to the high of the day. If I look at one of these, CPB, you're going to see this Campbell Soup. See, right near the high of the day, right up here. That's what I want to see. Now understand that all of these are the top list windows that I'm using to create these races. Now you want to build your own top list window with your own set of criteria. Of course you can. Maybe you don't. You don't. A lot of people don't necessarily want to see the stocks near the high of the day. I do. But if you took this filter out, you'd see a lot more stocks. As an example, I just happen to want to see stocks near the high of the day, and in this one, I want to see stocks near the low of the day. But the top list window, when I cancel out of it, this is how you generate a race. Because once you create your top list window with the parameters, with your set of parameters, then you right click and you launch the race. Okay, so that's how you can create your own style of race. Now I can give you these two if you want. So this is on my homepage, okay? So if you go to my homepage, just trying to get people to go to my homepage because it's easier for me to direct people to the homepage. And then you scroll down, and then here are my scans, view scans, and here it is, okay? This is this one right here. I will give you these two. I will put the links in, okay, for these two, but because I don't have them on my homepage. I could add them, I suppose, but so far I haven't. But I will give you them. I'll give you them. So this is the Biggest Losers, large cap losers. And then this is large cap gainers. So losers, gainers, okay? Large cap stocks. Now, Stacey, do you understand the concept of what the racing is really all about? If you don't, just let me know because I'll be glad to explain it. Wow, look at Path now taking another big drop here. Okay. So this is the whole concept of racing and why I think it's good for either people who are brand new to trading or even if you have a lot of trading experience, because notice what it's done here. And I'll explain why you see these stocks here. It creates a top 10 list for you for the day of stocks that you can focus on. A lot happening. I mean, you see all these symbols floating around you. A lot is happening, okay? Well, you can make your own price range, Rich. Okay, you can make your own price range. I mean, it's not. I'm just trying to limit the number of stocks I see. That's all. I mean, that's why I'm saying I've chosen a 1 to 50 price range. But it's you can do what you want to do, or anybody can do what they want to do in terms of price range and volume. It's all customizable. I just have. It's like why am I using a 4 minute race instead of a 5 minute race? It's just what I got accustomed to. So this is what the racing does. Okay. So I am, as I said, now the other thing I want to do very quickly is to in my home, oops, wrong. Just go to my home page. Scroll down a bit again, go to the education section, more info, click on the more info. And at the top here, you see we have the user guide. I'm showing you this because when you click on the user guide, you don't have to learn everything in the guide, but this is stock racing, TI stock racing. So this is a good reference for you. Okay. I'm going to, when I go over this, I don't expect anybody to remember everything I say. So here it is, TI stock racing. Very good. A lot of videos, text to explain the concept of stock racing, how you build your own. Okay. So as I said before, I am running a 4 minute race. So why do we see MFH? Now, at the beginning of the day, you will see some big percentage moves. So what does that mean, that 1.38%? That means since the race started, this stock, MFH, has moved 1.38%. Not a huge number, but you will see some big numbers sometimes, like 15, 20, 30% sometimes. This is a more active, volatile race because there's no market cap limitation, there's no minimum float. Okay, that's why. So that's what these percentages refer to. So over the course of the day, what happens is when a stock wins a race, over the course of the day, the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day will be added to this top 10 list. So at the very and the number beside it, so IBG, and it says 8 beside it, that meant that IBG won 8 races today. Wolf won 6, ZYBT 5, etc. And so a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now that gives you something to concentrate on. Just, you can just focus on, these stocks. If you have any trading experience at all, you just kind of like, for instance, click on BKKT. What's happening with it now? Well, okay, some of you who might be VWAP players, you see I got into the VWAP. Maybe it's getting ready for another run. I don't know for sure, but it gives you just instead of jumping around from symbol after symbol after symbol, it gives you a nice focus list. So if you're new to trading, it's good. But even if you've got a lot of trading experience, it gives you a nice focus list of the stocks that you potentially want to see. That's why I'm saying you might want to see large cap stocks on the way up. You might want to see large cap stocks on the way down. So you see NCNA now 4%. That's a pretty big move, in a 4 minute period. Now this race is almost over. It's getting close, only 44 seconds. So what will happen is NCNA, if this remains, will win a race. And you can see NCNA won 3 races before. So if it remains, that 3 will change to 4. So, it's a good idea to follow the ones that have won races over and over again. There'll be some days where you see a stock that has won 15, 20, 30 races. Follow it. Follow that stock. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. You don't have, what I would be doing though is clicking on the one that's leading right now. But I would also click on anything you see here that's in this list, because it could just be starting out, because that's the beauty of the race. If I right click again and open the top list that the race is based on, before we had races, top lists were used, to people say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in 5 minutes, down the most in 5 minutes, things like that. creating a list and ranking the list or ranking the stocks. So you can still use a top list like that, but what the race does is this, and this is what makes it really, really, really good. Because a lot of people say, well, okay, fine. I see these are at the high of the day or near, the ones that have moved the most, but I don't necessarily want to see them, though it's not a bad idea. Just because the stock is up 36% doesn't mean it won't end the day at 60% up. Okay. But some people would rather say or think, I want to see a stock that hasn't really moved yet. Okay. Can this help me? And yes, it can, because the race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. Now, I've limited it to 50 stocks. Okay. I've just done that. That's just my personal, not requirement, but it's just a data point that I'm comfortable just seeing the top 50 in this list. Okay. You don't have to do that. I wouldn't overwhelm it though. I mean, I think 50 is fine. But this is what it's really all about. What Zed Bio has been something that's been pretty active in the past. So here it is, ZBIO. It's up 4% from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, ZBIO started to move up this list of stocks? Was up 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%. How would you ever know? How would you ever know unless you're going to, somehow stare at a list of stocks and see something that's moving? But that's what the race does, because the race has no bias. It doesn't care whether the stock's at the bottom of this list or at the top of the list. All it cares about is, since when the race started, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise. Okay? Now, a lot of times, most of the stocks you're going to see are probably near the top, just because these are the active stocks all day long. But so it sort of makes sense that there'll be an ebb and tide all day long of these stocks. But here's AYTO. I mean, it's up 7%, and all of a sudden, it was winning a race. Who knows? Maybe something happened. Maybe volume came in. Maybe some crazy news hit. Who knows? But that's how you can identify stocks that are starting to move using a race. And then it's the same thing with these ones. Top 10 list is built, you can see. And the only difference. Now, Greg, are you still in the room, the YouTube room? Because I think you said you were having a problem limiting the number of stocks you see. I'm limiting it to 8, like a sort of an 8, just 8 in the race. You can control that, how many stocks you want to see. I decided I only needed to see the top 8 here. But I know, Greg, you had that question in YouTube, and it's simple to do. You said you couldn't figure out a way to do that. So let me duplicate this. So this is the sort of, don't get overwhelmed by this, but I mean, this is how you control the race. For instance, here's the race lanes up here. That's how you control how many stocks you will see here. Now, I've got 8 here, but there are not 8 stocks that meet all the filter requirements. That's why we're only seeing 5 stocks here. Okay. And then here's the minutes to run. 4 minutes. I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to do the same thing. You want to run a 5-minute race? You want to run a 2-minute race? 10-minute race? It's up to you. I like to start my race at 9:30. When the 9:30 open is. You don't have to do that. If you want to run your race, the minute you turn on Trade Ideas, if you're turning it on in the pre-market, go ahead. You can just click auto start unload. It'll start the race when you load Trade Ideas. I just choose to start the race at 9:30. It's all customizable. Okay. Well, hardly any in this race. $150 and $200 stocks. Hardly any in this race, Rich. Because I mean, with the price range, the higher the price range, the less likely you're going to get higher percentage moves. But as I say, totally customizable. So Tracy and I'm not going to try to pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you 19, okay? Any questions about it? I can go over it again. Now, you can also do things like if you have stocks that you like to follow every day, or maybe it could be a different set of stocks, but even if it's a different set of stocks, but it's a set of stocks you want to follow all day long, you can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, okay? And then you can just run a race on those stocks. If you want to just run a race on those stocks that you like to follow, some people like to follow the same 20 or 30 stocks every day, and that's fine. So all you would do, you create what we call a symbol list. And notice up here, symbol lists, you would create it, put the symbols in, and then it'll show up in a list over here. You give it a name, of course, it show up in a list over here. You click on the add existing list, you would just left click on it because it has to show up in this particular column. Okay, so when you left click on it, it'll show up here. And then this is a drop down menu. The default is all symbols, but you could then click on only the following list and you check only the following list. Then you check that symbol list, watch list, symbol list. Okay. And then what happens is it gets attached. It gets attached to your top list window, and then you run the race on that. So you can do that. Yeah. Again, it's in the guide. Okay, Stacy, it's in the guide. So, but I just want to duplicate the race because I don't want to stop the race. So if you had my race, okay, let's say you did load my race. So you click on the box here, okay? Click on the box, that's going to stop the race. Okay, clicking on that box, this box will stop the race. And then in the body here, you right click, and then where it says show race setup. And here, okay, here is how you can. The biggest customization typically is going to be the minutes to run, maybe when you want to start the race, how many race lanes, these are lanes, of course, how many racers there are. I'm basing it on the change from the open, but this is all kind of customizable. Again, if you want to start the race, well, no. The duplicate is only for me because I didn't want to stop this race. Oh, I see. Okay, for you. Well, you don't have to duplicate. The only reason I duplicated it, Stacy, is because I don't want to stop this race. Okay, so I decided I'll just duplicate it. But if you want, you don't have to. You can just click on that box right now if you've got it loaded, and then make the changes that you want. You don't have to duplicate the race. Does that make sense? Because I only duplicated the race because I don't want to stop my race. So I just duplicate it, and then I can show you on this. So you don't have to duplicate the race. Makes sense? Because I didn't want to click. If I take this race, it's going to stop my race. I just don't want to stop the race that I'm running all day. Not that it's a big deal. It's only going to stop it for a few seconds, but I sort of call this, I'm practice on this one to show you. But again, you can just click on the box yourself, and the trick is, see, you just clicking on the box just stops the race, and then right click in here and then show race setup. And here it is. I think the big thing for people is how long you want to run the race. Maybe when you want to start it. I mean, I just choose 9:30. I could run it in the pre-market and it would continue to run. It's not that it would stop at 9:30, but I'd just rather have it run starting at 9:30. And then it's a matter of just, you just kind of practice with it. Maybe get the setup the way you like it. And remember, you can go to the guide. Remember, if you go to the Trade Ideas guide and then TI Stock Racing, a whole section on it. So if I were new to trading, I would probably look at a race more like this, to be honest, because while these are fabulous, I mean, look at it. I should be, my crystal ball was sort of working. Though I didn't think it would take it out today. Look at Chow. I was just talking about it when it was down here, I think. And I said, okay, this is what I can remember saying. Well, guys, this is what I do. I would put a price alert at the high of 3 days ago. It probably won't take it out today, but if it does, say, next little while, you should know about it because look left. Well, look what happened. It took it out almost immediately. Yeah, but Stacy, I wouldn't get so hung up on everything that's in the guide. Okay, honestly, I mean, I don't know if you've been here before, but I always my analysis is a MS Word guide. If I look how big look how big that guide is. Look how much content there is. And why is there that much content? Because there's some power users, I suppose, of word processing, obviously. Most of us, though, all we care about is, okay, how do I get it on the screen? Okay. How do I type? How do I save it? How do I maybe change a font? Okay. Very basic stuff. Okay. Nobody's saying you've got to learn the entire guide of MS Word in order to use the program. Same thing with us. You don't have to learn everything. In fact, but the TI Stock Racing for sure. I mean, if you're interested in stock racing, I would definitely go there. But I think that's an issue with a lot of people. They get overwhelmed by all the information we've got, and it's they think they've got to learn everything, and they don't have to. I don't know everything. Well, I might know most, but I don't use. I mean, I hardly use most of the things that I see in the guide. I think some other maybe important things in the guide are things like putting price or like using our price alerts window. And there's a section on it. And new price alerts. If you haven't put a price alert yet, I think you're not using our system to its fullest. This is what the price alert window looks like. Obviously, if you have never done one before, it'll be blank. Okay. And price alerts are so simple to do. Okay, we didn't invite the idea of price alerts. Invite? Did I say invite? Invent. The idea of price alerts. But look how simple it is. So let's just say Chow. Say I wanted to. Okay, tell me if it breaks the high of the day, which is 756. So if I can eyeball it well enough, you see the dotted line. My pointer is moving down to the high. The high there. I just right click. Create the price alert. If that's the price I want, then all I have to do is say save. That's it. Okay, pretty simple. If it's 760, obviously I would make the change. In the notes section, I typically don't put any notes. I mean, if you want to, you can. The notes I use mainly for IPOs and stuff, but I can just save it. Now it's saved. So you can see it's at the bottom here of the price alerts window. The idea of using the price alerts window is to minimize it. You don't have to have it up and running, taking up any screen space. Minimize it, and it's better to minimize it, even if you had the screen space, because let me see if I want to just see if something I can trigger almost immediately. Okay. See, I've minimized the price alert window. Now let's see if I can, there you go. See what happens? When it hits the price alert, and I had it at underneath 706, when it hits the price alert, it's going to pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. Okay. And again, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but I think we have one of the easiest ways of putting price alerts on the chart that I've seen. I mean, I've had many others. I mean, I'm not saying it's the easiest. Don't everybody put up their hand and say, "Oh, wait a minute, something else is easier." Okay, but I've used a lot of different brokers with price alerts, different charting platforms. I just find it super simple. So there's no excuse not to do it. And then again, minimize it. Little minus sign there, minimize it, and then it'll just pop right on your screen. You can't miss it. Hmm. I thought you were talking about me, William. If BE is done, and then you're targeting the 76 area myself. I thought you're talking about me. Okay, guys. So unfeed. Yeah, I saw it, Shady. Okay. Um, keep an eye on the NAV, guys. I mean, this could have another late day run. Yeah, they do work in the pre-market and post-market. Yes. At one point I don't think they did. So Chow now got halted on the way down. So nice run though for a bit. Great run for a bit. I don't see the insult, Shady. Could you just drop it, man? I mean, is it that? I don't even see the insult. So okay, you're calling the okay. I'll get rid of it for you. Happy? I didn't even see it. Okay, guys. Let's see. What time is it now? 1:45. So I typically take off around 2 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. Thank you, Obi. You know what, Shade? I'm going to actually answer you. All Dak said was careful on D-Pro. Okay, that's all he said. He didn't say get out of D-Pro. He didn't say any. That's all he said. Careful on D-Pro. And then you jumped in and said, well, shouldn't you be careful on every trade? I mean, you're just putting a dig at him for no reason. All he said wasn't directing it to you, to anybody. All he said was be careful on D-Pro, what he saw. That's all he said. So enough of it. And in this case, he was right. He didn't not it wasn't necessarily right, but well, I haven't seen that, Shady. I haven't seen that he's doing that all the time, but okay. Okay, guys. Now, boy, that unfee. No, the only difference is Stacy. Well, the big difference. I don't have all this. If you go to my homepage, Give me a moment. So let me get to my homepage again. This is what I use. Oh, shady. I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep deleting it. Okay. That was years ago. Okay. So anyway, if you don't like it, you know what you can do. Here's my homepage. Okay. My homepage. 10 years I've been doing this. Okay. Tomorrow. So yeah, Stacy on my homepage. So here's what I use: pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay. That's what I use in the pre-market. And that's all you'll see. You'll see some charts, but you won't see anything else. And then at 9:30, this is what I start using. Pre-market actives up and down. Obviously, what it does is it helps us zero in on the stocks that are most active, obviously, in the pre-market, percentage-wise. You see some huge moves in the pre-market. Stocks that are up 200-300% sometimes. It'll be interesting to see what happens to BENF tomorrow after the huge gain. Now we've seen some of these stocks. We look at them, 4 or 5 days. I'm not saying this is going to happen with BENF, of course, but we look at some of these stocks that were 40 cents 5 days ago and they're at $2. Will this be the one? B2, BTQ. So this is again could be just a continuation tomorrow. You never know. I mean, this is IPO from 2 days ago, all-time high now, of course. Well, no, seven. This would be the all-time high. Did I see somebody shorting MLTX? Yeah, yeah, it was a good short actually. I surprised there are that many shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I didn't do it, of course, but somebody I think said they were shorting it. Yeah, great short from the top here. 1.6 million shares available, Interactive Brokers. You went short, Dwayne. I know somebody went short. The other thing to do, Stacy, if you haven't done this, I hope you have, is just look at the short videos, the getting started videos. So again, Stacy, oh, you have watched the videos. Okay. Okay. I mean, let's just take I haven't looked at the guide for so long. Yes. Just give me a moment. Education section, more info. I haven't looked at the guide for so long. So yeah, so this is the format, okay? Of you're in the main room, Stacy. Yeah, I'm in. That's why I don't. Okay, the room actually opens. I don't open it, but Obi opens it at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning. Okay, now you're on the West Coast. I'm in Vancouver, so yeah, you and I are both on the West Coast. So I don't get on the mic until 9. Okay, so I don't open it at 3:45 my time. Obi opens the main room. But I don't get on the mic, and there's no screen. The screen sharing starts about 8:45. But certainly, I'm on the mic at about 9, so half an hour before the so-called 9:30 open, and that's when we start. But there's action already in the room, so whenever you come in, there'll be people in the room. Okay. For those of you who are on YouTube, I open that room at about between 8:30 and 8:40 Eastern time, of course, and get on the mic at 9. But you can come into the room you're in already. You can come in, anytime before the market opens, and there will be people. So in the user guide, well, okay, here's getting started. Yeah, alert window, top list window, stock racing. Okay, sound alerts. Yeah, I think it's to put a sound alert on the whole idea of putting a sound alert. Like here, I've got a sound alert here. Now, I don't talk about sound alerts that much anymore because I think what happens is, well, first of all, I put a sound alert on this alert window, which you can do. You can put a sound alert on your alert window. If you have our AI, you can put a sound alert in this window. You can put a sound alert even in the price alert window. So even though it's going to pop up on your screen, you'll also get a sound alert. And the reason you put sound alerts is that, let's just say you had three or four alert windows up and running. And so you put different sounds on the different windows so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. So that's the nice thing about the sound alerts. You put a different sound alert on your different windows. So eventually, when you hear a sound, other than having, where did that come from? You know what sound alert, you know what window to look at. And then I went over price alerts. Okay. Everything else, I mean, I don't do one click trading, chart trading. I don't do any of this, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't, but watch lists. Okay. If you want to create your own watch list, symbol list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Everything else though, I mean, custom formulas is a very advanced topic. Most of our customers don't do that. Okay. CSV logger, hardly any. I had a question on it yesterday, completely forgot about it. So, so don't get too hung up on how much there is in here. But that's why this room is like this. Okay. You can ask me questions all day long. What do you mean your sound alert doesn't? You asked that question a while back, didn't you, Poe? Your sound alert doesn't pop up anymore? But you mean the price alert window doesn't pop up? Or your like I don't oh it's not that you're not generating sounds from different windows. It's the price alert window does not pop up. Okay, the price pop up. I remember you had that problem, that issue months ago. And I think Pepe said something about it. But obviously, well, it is kind of a big deal because, the whole idea of it, because even if you had the screen space, you wouldn't necessarily know unless you put a price alert on it, I guess, or a sound alert, then you know to look at the window, I guess. But the whole idea is you want it to pop up, make it highly visual to know when you have a price alert. So when you say you have to go and click it every time, what do you mean by that exactly? Click what every time? Has to be a reason why that's happening. How about other people who use our price alerts? You minimize the window, and when you get a price alert, it pops up. Or is there anybody else having the same issue that even though it's minimized and you get a price and it's supposed to, and it does generate the alert, but it's just not popping up on the screen? Hmm. The only other thing I would maybe do is I don't know what sort of screen space you've got, but I mean, at least you can put the sound alert here, the actions, and just follow this and put the sound alert, tuck it away somewhere. So at least you know when something is triggered. But it's just so much nicer though. So you can kind of, yeah. So he's saying like I do, Pepe. He minimizes it, but it doesn't pop up. I remember him asking that question a long time ago. Yeah, have you tried that? As he's saying, close it, exit out, exit, hit the X, and see if that works. Not that you should have to do that, but see if that works. So create a price alert of something that you think is going to be like, take Chow or something that's been pretty active. In fact, that's what I'll do. I just put it, you see? No, but I didn't exit out. But let's. I've never tried this. That's what I mean. That's what I would think. No, look at that. Look at that. I actually closed it. I closed it. Monica, I closed it. I actually closed it, and it'll still work. So let's see if that works for you, Poe. Maybe that starts you off. But you see what I did? I actually closed it. I exited out. I closed it, and it still worked. But now the trick will be, so see if that works. Okay. Again, pick something that is going to be pretty active. I'll do it again with Chow. See? So it does pop up. So see if that works, okay? Number one. Even though you've closed it, but see if that works. Put a price alert and see if it does pop up on your screen. And you can actually see, you understand, of course, that when the blue line is the price it has to hit, and then if it does, it'll turn green. So if it doesn't pop up, even after you've closed it, but you see that it turned green, then we know it doesn't work either for you. I'm just curious. Okay. Okay. Now try putting a price alert on something and minimize it and see if it works. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but let's see if it works. But at least it works. At least it works because, I could do the same thing all the time then. I get the price alert and then just exit out. I don't have to minimize it. I could exit out. So that's going to work for you then. Sort of a workaround, but I mean, it doesn't really, I mean, the fact that when I minimize it, I don't see it. When I exit out, I don't see it. So it's really the same thing, isn't it? But if it can work for you when you actually shut down the window, then you know what? I don't even want to call it a workaround. It just works either way. Well, okay. Are you saying, well, why didn't you minimize? Why don't you size it before you do it? Yeah, as Pepe is saying, save as default. You see now, had I minimized this, is what is showing up. Yeah, just save this, like get the size of the window to how you want it, and then right click and save as default. Okay, and then exit out. We'll do the X out. Okay, and we know that's going to work. And then the next time, just minimize it just to see if that might work. You've got a strange computer, Poe, because you can see, I mean, okay, let me do this. I don't want to really do this, but I'll do it for you. Save as default. Okay. I'm just using Chow because it's pretty active. Come on. Oh, I see what it is. It's 662, 679 right now, the bid ask. That's why it's not moving. There you go. So it did. So what the heck's wrong with your computer? Because you saw what I did. I resized it, saved it as default. It came up with the size after I saved that as default. Now, of course, I don't want that. So I will resave it as default, the size I want. Yeah. But when you say it opens big, how big? Are you talking about like that big? Or are you talking about, just bigger than the default size? You mean it spread into another monitor? Well, you won't miss it, will you? You won't miss it. So all you do then is just click on it, click on it. At least it'll load in the chart. You may not be able to see it, and then exit out. Okay. All right, guys. As I say, I'll always stick around if there are questions or something going on, and I have no problem sticking around. Just give me a moment. Who asked that? Oh, okay. You asked that. MHND. Yeah, when it comes to when okay, I started joking around a little bit. So tomorrow's my 10th anniversary doing this. October 1st is my 10th anniversary doing this. When we go to 24-hour trading, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I won't be around. Now, when you say most brokers don't allow for it, now, I mean, Interactive Brokers, I mean, they say maybe not over the weekend, but I mean, I think for 11 hours a day or 23 hours a day, you can actually trade. And other brokers, I think, are definitely adopting that. But I mean, listen, I think the 24-hour trading will probably help people in, in the time zones that are kind of onerous outside the 9:30 to 4:30 or 4 o'clock Eastern time zone. So if you're in, overseas and in Europe, Australia, places like that, you see, Interactive Brokers says 10,000 stocks. It says 10,000. I thought I'd have to look at it again tomorrow when I load it. That, you know, uh, it says almost around the clock. Now, I don't think it includes the weekends, but now for a company like Trade Ideas, I know the company is starting to, you know, get prepared for it because our data because what we normally do is shut down shut the system down, and it goes through well, I don't know what the technical term is, but it goes through something overnight. It's how the AI gets it goes through the process of selecting the AI strategies for the next day, things like that. But obviously, if we go to overnight or 24 hours, the servers are going to have to run 24 hours. Can I go over Marvel Tech? Are you talking about the stock? I'm talking to Krista. You're talking about MRVL? Yeah, you are. Okay, MRVL. All right, let's see what's happening with Marvel. So for what? A swing trade or an intraday trade? Because right now, as an intraday trade, I mean, $83. I'm looking at the VWAP, so the VWAP's above it. Are you talking? Now, I'm not a big swing trader, okay, Krista. So I'm talking to Krista in our YouTube room. I'm not a big swing trader. So let's look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, wow, it's pretty choppy on a weekly chart. I mean, it's recovered from the bottom there. That's a big recovery. The high right there. So you can see what it did this week. Now this week is only 2 days, but it got almost to the high of this week. So if I were going to swing trade this, I mean, I'm really the wrong person. But you've got potential blockage at around 85.31. So let's call this at 83. So let's call this $2 away approximately. So I don't know, but also taking it right now, you're underneath the VWAP. So I would want to wait for it to break the VWAP. This is the daily VWAP. Doing that would bring it into the 83 level. Then you've got this to contend with. So I'm not 100% sure for me, because if I'm going to swing trade, just like intraday trading, I still have to have a risk reward of at least 1 to 2. In other words, if I'm going to risk, because if you swung this one, where are you going to put your stop? And I'm not saying, are you going to put your stop at the low of today? You're going to put your stop at the 200-day moving average. But if you put it at the low of today, just, that's about what, $1.60 away. That means that you have to have a reasonable expectation, for me anyway, of making double that, which is 320. Look at this Chow on the move still. Because the way I don't care if it's a swing trade, I don't care if it's an intraday trade. I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least 1 to 2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk $1 on this trade, in other words, I'm not saying that is the proper stop, but I mean, if I were going to use that, then I have to be able to look at this and say, can I make $2 on this trade realistically? And it's sort of iffy, in my opinion. But, it's still it's only had one day like this. I mean, it's obviously been pretty strong. It cleared the 200-day 3 days ago, 3 days ago, and held over. So, I mean, I suppose you could argue this is kind of consolidation a little bit. But somebody else may have an entirely different view of, something like this as a potential swing. When do they have earnings? We don't have any earnings day. So earnings is certainly far enough out. You don't have to worry about earnings. And also the other thing I'd be watching is, it's obviously it's part of the semis. So this is SMH. So this is the semis, the ETF for the semis, lifetime high, a lifetime high. So, it's the right sector. Marvel's in that sector. It's not a lifetime high. So it's sort of lagging the sector, if you will, because a lot of stocks in that sector are near the lifetime high. So I'm not saying that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's bad because it's only at 63%, but it is definitely kind of lagging the sector if you look at it that way. Look at a monthly chart. I mean, obviously up here, I mean, it's come along. I don't remember what happened here. I don't know if this was earnings. I mean, that was a big, this stock was up at what, 127 and it got all the way down to $46. Whoa. In 3 months. I mean, it wasn't overnight, but still that's a pretty big drop. So unless the monthly high 2 months ago was 85. I mean, if it takes that out, maybe it keeps going, but unless you've got a really strong conviction about this, but it's certainly lagging the sector. Well, and the thing we're talking again about the overnight trading, we have no idea how much volume would come in, because what if, all of Europe gets involved, Asia, Australia, I mean, all these countries that really is a tough time zone to trade. If you're just relegated to, 9:30 to 4 Eastern time, if you get everybody in Europe trading like mad, I'm sure the volumes, the volumes could be great, or certainly enough that there's enough to get in and out of trades. This will be interesting tomorrow, though, the chow, I think. Just put a price alert. Shouldn't happen today, but there's the high today, 762. The next high looking left. Kind of interesting. That was that was a close of a few days ago, and that's the high. So that would be a pretty important level to try to take out, 851. But first things first, let's see if it can get, over 7 again. Well, the other thing about 24-hour trading, in theory, that's it for gaps. Because if it's trading, 24 hours, and in theory, there are no kind of like crypto, I guess. I don't trade crypto, but I guess that's, there are really no gaps in crypto, right? It just keeps trading. So you don't get the big pause in the trading at 8 o'clock at night, at least. And then you wake up the next morning and the stock is up 20 or 30%. Well, that's not probably going to happen anymore. But again, I probably will not be trading. Well, certainly not doing this room. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? So, William, I think you said between 3:30 and 3:45, right? Who's releasing after hours today? Nike. That's what I thought you said. Well, you didn't answer me, but I sort of remembered. So, yeah, so Nike is after hours today. Look at the decline of Nike. Look at this. 100 and I don't know if that was the all-time high, 123. No, that wasn't the all-time high, but this has been on a real downtrend for months now, Nike. So they release after hours today underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. So thanks again for all the help all day long. Much appreciated. And as I said before, the main room will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And I'll open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. So what I'll do for YouTubers, if you do want to head over to the main room, I'll just put my homepage link in one more time. You can head over to the main room if you want by clicking on my homepage link and then scrolling down and trading room right here. Okay. So for the rest of you in the main room, I will mute myself now and stop the screen sharing. And for YouTubers, I'll keep my link up for another 20 seconds or so in case you do want to click on it. Okay, that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow also.